Jerry Perez, the Honorable Carrie John Piok, the Honorable Rogelio Velasco Jr., and the Honorable Jimmy Villa Flores. There are 18 members present, Your Honor. There is a quorum.
With majority of the members present, the Chair declares the existence of quorum for transaction of business. Next item, Floor Leader.
Item E, approval of minutes of the 28th regular session of the August body held on September 15, 2020. I move for its approval, Mr. Chairman.
Seconding, members Atilano, Piok, De La Cruz, Hanapi, Vincent Paul Elago, Olaso. Comment, objection. The Chair hears none. The same is hereby approved.
Next, item F, resolution of commendation and congratulations to Dr. Ulmen Reef Luna Circulado, Civil Engineering Department Head of Western Mindanao State University, for being the first and the youngest academician to have earned doctorate degree in engineering in the field of civil engineer in Zamboanga City and in Zamboanga Peninsula. May we recognize the proponent, Honorable Benjamin B. Gingon, the fourth.
Member Gingon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like first and foremost to congratulate Dr. Ulmen Reef Luna Circulado. May we, Mr. Chairman, request the Secretary to read the resolution officially?
Yes, Your Honor. Before I proceed into reading the resolution, I would like to enter into our records the attendance of the recipient of the commendation who is present, Engineer Ulmen Reef Circulado, as well as the College Dean of the Western Mindanao State University College of Engineering. We have Engineer Raul Alburo. Accompanying also the recipient of this commendation are Engineers Serena Aquino, Juniven Ramiliano, Nurjimar Ujaji, and the mother of the recipient, Your Honor, is also present, Maria Lorna Circulado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Resolution number 1412, excerpts from the minutes of the regular session of the Sangguniang Panlungsod of Zamboanga held at its session hall on October 6, 2020. A resolution commending and congratulating Dr. Ulmen Reef Circulado, Civil Engineering Department Head of Western Mindanao State University, for being the first and the youngest academician to have earned a doctorate degree in engineering in the field of civil engineering in Zamboanga City and in the Zamboanga Peninsula. Whereas higher education institutions play a pivotal role in providing technical assistance to local government units in the crafting of the latter's developmental goals and objectives. In fact, higher educational institutions serve as one of the LGU's staunchest partners in the furtherance and the improvement of its services, projects, and programs. Whereas HEIs are known as a nesting ground of experts in various fields of specializations, namely fisheries, aquaculture, environmental science, engineering, health, law, education, to name a few. In effect, these human capital are consistently being tapped as a source of inputs and ideas into the day-to-day affairs of governance, from planning to policy making to implementation. Whereas HEI serve as a lighthouse of young and vibrant individuals who tirelessly, diligently, and passionately immerse themselves to the rigors of formal studies and research in search of concrete solutions to the problems and issues besetting their own community. Whereas the Western Mindanao State University, the only state-run university in the city, houses the College of Engineering, which has produced some of the most qualified and innovative engineers in various fields in the entire region. Whereas the incumbent department head of the Western Mindanao State University Civil Engineering Program, Dr. Ulmen Reef Luna Circulado, a civil engineer by profession and who previously earned a master's degree in engineering, major in civil engineering at the Iligan Institute of Technology of the Mindanao State University, through a scholarship grant from the Commission on Higher Education, also recently earned his doctorate degree in engineering with specialization in civil engineering from the same university. Whereas the MSU IIT is known for being one of the premier and leading tertiary academic institutions offering engineering courses in the country, alongside with Mapua University, De La Salle University, and the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Whereas Mrs. Elvira C. Lubaton, the officer in charge of the WIMSU Human Resource Management Office, issued a certification dated October 5, 2020, attesting that Dr. Circulado, among others, is the only doctorate degree holder in engineering with specialization in civil engineering at the Western Mindanao State University as of the present. Whereas the Commission on Higher Education, mandated by law to regulate HEI's operations, likewise issued a certification dated October 5, 2020, through its officer in charge, Regional Director Dr. Rodi Garcia, attesting that as per record of the K-12 Transition Program Scholarship for Graduate Studies of CHED, Regional Office 9, Dr. Circulado is the first grantee to finish the aforementioned program from the city of Zamboanga and the Zamboanga Peninsula as a whole. Whereas Dr. Circulado is only 33 years old as of the present, thus making him as the first and the youngest academician to have earned a doctorate degree in engineering, major in civil engineering in Zamboanga City and in the Zamboanga Peninsula. Whereas last year, Dr. Circulado, with his paper entitled Large-Scale Prototype Testing of a Composite Geosynthetics Reinforced Earth Structure for Riverbank Slope Protection Using Fine-Grained Sandy Soil, was awarded as the best paper in the 12th Philippines Network of Educators on Environment International Conference and Scientific Meeting held in Palawan State University using specific flood-prone areas or barangays in Zamboanga City as the basis of his research. Now, therefore, on motion of the Honorable Benjamin Gingona IV, co-sponsored by the Honorable Josephine Pareja, and jointly and severally seconded by all the members present, it was resolved, as it is hereby resolved, that the Sangguniang Panlungsod of the City of Zamboanga hereby commends and congratulates Dr. Almen Reef Luna Circulado, Civil Engineering Department Head of the Western Mindanao State University, for being the first and the youngest academician to have earned a doctorate degree in engineering in the field of civil engineering in Zamboanga City and in the Zamboanga Peninsula, a feat noteworthy of this august body's praise, recognition, and acclamation. Furnishing a copy of this resolution to the City Mayor for information. Carried unanimously, I hereby certify to the correctness of this resolution, Kenneth Vincent Beldua, Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod, attested the Honorable Romel Agan, City Vice Mayor, Presiding Officer.
I request Dr. Circulado to join us in front for the presentation of the resolution. Engineering, no? Doc engineer.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Ginggona.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before we request a few words from the awardee, I'd just like to manifest and state that individuals like Dr. Circulado is very, very vital in a collaboration in our community, especially when one of his best works or his paper won the Best Paper Award on slope protection. And this is very timely because in today's times, no, Tamirafita, Avenida, left and right, na East Coast, na West Coast. So I think it is crucial that one of these days we look forward to working with Dr. Circulado in this endeavor so that, you know, we can improve also and we can take advantage of the homegrown wisdom and knowledge, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, may we request Dr. Circulado to say a few words. And also, Mr. Chairman, we would like to congratulate WIMSU, no, for producing one of the best students, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So may we request Dr. Circulado to say a few words.
Dr. Circulado is recognized.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank God for everything, for using me as an instrument to somehow be an inspiration to the younger generation, really to excel and find purpose. I would also like to thank San Fernando State University, to our former president, no, Dr. Milabel Iho, because it was during her time when he recommended me for a scholarship grant. The College of Engineering, headed by our dean, also our former dean, Dr. Sala, and my ever-supportive dean today, Sir Raul Alburo. Thank you, sir. To my colleagues, to my family, to my mom, I would also like to say thank you. To Honorable D.C. Guiliano and Honorable Pilpin Parangano, thank you. And to all the members of the City Council, thank you for this recognition. That's it. Thank you, and to God be the highest glory.
Congratulations again, Dr. Circulado. The city government looks forward to a collaboration with you, being the youngest engineer with a doctorate in the region. Hope we can tap your services in the work of the city engineer. Yes, Member Villaflores.
Thank you, Your Honor. On a personal note, as a graduate of WIMSU also, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Engineer Circulado. Kanto ba kita WIMSU si Pinpin? Kami nag-graduate of WIMSU, no? So, alegre kami, tinig kami. We were able to produce that one. Congratulations, Dr. Milano, for a good performance. The President of WIMSU, congratulations. Your Honor, taking the cue from you and Member Ginggona, I'd like to put forward, Mr. Chairman, or register as this early, probably on the other matters, that the proposed resolution, Mr. Chair, for the City Engineer's Office to possibly study the possibility of tapping the services, the ability of Dr. Circulado in the future projects ng mga plano kasi sila relative to his expertise on slope protection, Mr. Chairman. So, baka hindi pa proper hour at probably later na other matters, I want to sponsor the resolution, Mr. Chair. In the meantime, because we cannot just tell the city government to hire him as an employee, but rather in the meantime to study the possibility of tapping his expertise, Mr. Chair, Dr. Sigurado, for the planning and implementation of this slope protection program of the city government of Zamboanga. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member 1 Climaco Ilago, then Member Valesco.
Your Honor, good morning. I'm very glad that WIMSU has garnered this honor, Your Honor. I'm also a graduate of WIMSU, Your Honor. Yeah. Liberasa niya gradua, Your Honor. We're glad that together with us right now for, coincidentally, the former president of WIMSU, Dr. Milabel Hall, is here with us. Still sexy and very beautiful. And of course, we have the president of the Polytechnic, Dr. Cabral. Dr. Sorry, Your Honor. Singay ka nete. Ya sobra, Your Honor, ya sobra. Yan lampas. The WIMSU. Teachers in the WIMSU. Your Honor, I was just thinking of Councilor Villa Flores, Your Honor, was to hire. That will take some time, Your Honor. My thinking, Your Honor, is the thesis, the work, the publication that was made by the good doctor of engineering, Your Honor, maybe an excerpt of that can be sent to the city engineer's office so that they can study and learn without, maybe after a time you can become a consultant, but the essence here is that they will know what you have done. Sabi kami, si Kosa Tuyase, and whether that plans of yours is applicable here in Zamboanga City for our own slope protection. So I just reserve the resolution later, Your Honor, that a copy of your thesis or maybe an excerpt, of course it is governed by copyright, no? Nobody can just copy it, but an excerpt of your thesis can be sent to the city, even DPWH, the city legal, engineering office and the DPWH, for them to possibly study and learn to improve, how to improve our present slope protection projects, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Member Valesco, then Gingo.
May bundag. Buenos días a todos. I think just like other universities and learning institutions in Zamboanga City, we have produced a lot of good men and women who have really helped the community, the nation as well. And I think we also have to give credence to the stewards of these universities and learning institutions. So we're very happy that in spite of the fact that we are in these pandemic times, but at least we are also graced, we are honored by the presence of the former president of WIMSU. So may we also give her the opportunity to share some thoughts, si Dr. Mirabel.
Yes, Dr. Roy, recognized.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And at this point, I'd like to say warmest greetings, of course, our Vice Mayor, the Honorable Romel Aga, and the honorable members of this august body, the members of the City Council. It is really divine providence that put us together today. It is not just a matter of serendipity that we are here together. I stand proud as the former President of Western Mindanao State University, for having now produced one of the best, not only the youngest civil engineer of our time. And maybe because we truly believe in his ability, competence, capability, he will be an asset to the city of Zamboanga, particularly at this time when we are experiencing problems relevant to climate change. And so I am very, very much awed by the very affirming members of the City Council, really sensitive, responsive in recognizing talents produced by HEIs, because it is only in this manner that when our members of this council recognize everybody who really deserves to be recognized, that our people from Zamboanga will be truly be motivated, energized, and work with passion to put Zamboanga in the map. And therefore, I congratulate everyone, and I congratulate the Western Mindanao State University for believing in a talent like Engineer Circulado. When you came to my office, I was not surprised because big surprises come from small packages. And sabi nga, when I saw you, I knew that you will be a bright star. Continue to shine, and don't ever forget that nothing happens without really the grace of God. Continue to be humble, steadfast, and put your 2 feet on the ground. Your gratitude will go a long way. Be grateful to WIMSU, be grateful to our city, and be grateful to the City Council for having recognized you now and make true of the recognition by giving important contributions to the city. I stand proud, emotional, and very happy because these things do not happen by coincidence. I don't know why I am here today, in spite of my busy schedule and my domestic concerns. But God put us together because He knows that together we can build a Zamboanga that Zamboangueños will be truly proud of. Thank you, Councilor B.G. Gingona, for sponsoring the resolution, and all those who also concurred with your resolution, because this will be a beginning of a greater beginning. To God be the highest glory.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very much, ma'am.
may I be acknowledged?
Member Olaso?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank you for acknowledging me. I would like also to congratulate personally to Dr. Ulmen Reef Luna Circulado. Congratulations to Doc as a former student of Western Mindanao State University, College of Engineering, major in civil engineering. Congratulations to you, Doc. I am proud of you as one of the students of Western Mindanao State University. Keep the banner high. Arriba WIMSU. And of course, Doc, I'm asking your help to help us, especially the city of Zamboanga, help us resolve this Talamakita infrastructure project natin, mga problems natin, to reduce corruption in the city. Congratulations again, Doc. God bless you always.
Thank you very much. One minute recess.
the suspension of the rules.
Rule suspended.
Another resolution of commendation and congratulations to Dr. Milabel Iho for having been appointed as Executive Director of the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines. May we recognize Member Kari Jan Piok.
Member Karijan Piok is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excerpts from the minutes of the regular session of the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga held in its session hall on July 14, 2020. Present, Romel S. Agan, Presiding Officer, John M. Dalipe, Josephine E. Pareja, Juan Climaco II, Albert C. Atilano Sr., Lilibet M. Nuño, Miguel C. Alabar III, Aljihan R. Eding, Jimmy B. Villaflores, Kimmer Adan T. Olaso, Joselito A. Macrohon, Rogelio Valesco Jr., Vincent Paul Elago, Cesar M. Jimenez, Crisanto B. De la Cruz, Elking K. Omaga, Jerry E. Perez, Tungko B. Hanapi, Kari John Piok, and on leave of absence, Benjamin Gingona IV. Resolution number 963, a resolution congratulating Dr. Milabel Enriquez Ho for having been appointed as the Executive Director of the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines. Whereas Dr. Milabel Enriquez Ho, the former President of Western Mindanao State University, was recently appointed as the new Executive Director of the AACC-UP, whereas her vast experience, ingenuity, and innovativeness will greatly contribute in the development of mechanisms that are geared towards the attainment of quality education among the chartered colleges and universities in the Philippines. Whereas, with Dr. Enriquez Ho at the helm of the ACUP, every state university and college will have an opportunity to level up for quality assurance towards academic excellence and be on par with its counterpart in the private higher educational institutions. Whereas, during her stint as president of WIMSU, she has also held a number of key positions in the academic, such as the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, Vice President for Mindanao, the PASUC Regional Chair for Region 9, Mindanao Association of State Tertiary Schools, or the MAS, as President, and Zonal Central President and Regional Professional Accreditation Chair for Region 9. Whereas, her strong leadership skills, coupled with the stern management style, paved the way for her appointment as the Executive Director of the ACUP, thus noteworthy of this august body's recognition and acclamation. Now, therefore, on motion by Honorable Kari Jano Piok, co-sponsored by Honorable Members Josephine E. Pareja, Lilibet M. Nuño, Jimmy B. Villaflores, and Elking Omaga, jointly and severally seconded by all members present, it was resolved as it was hereby resolved that the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga hereby congratulates Dr. Milabel Enriquez Ho for having been appointed as Executive Director of the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines, thus truly deserving of this august body's acknowledgement and admiration, furnishing a copy to this resolution to the City Mayor for information. Carried unanimously, I hereby certify the correctness of this resolution. Attorney Kenneth Vincent P. Badua, Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod, attested by Attorney Romel S. Agan, Presiding Officer. Mr. Chair, may we invite Dr. Milabel Enriquez Ho, together with our members.
Yes, may we ask Ma'am Ho to join us for the presentation of the resolution.
Mr. Chair, may we request Dr. Milabel Ho to give us some words of thanks.
Dr. Ho is recognized.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have take two. But anyway, again, my warmest greetings to all the members of the City Council, presided over by our Vice Mayor, the Honorable Romel Agan. Now, just a few words. Thank you very much for this this resolution congratulating our new achievement. I say our new achievement because whatever little contributions we make in the country is also that of Zamboanga. Special thanks, of course, to Honorable Kari Jan Piok. Let's give him a very big hand because he is also one of those who really recognizes talents in our city. So carry on, and of course, again, may this position that we hold today be part of more successes and more contributions for the development and progress of our city. To all the members, thank you very much from the bottom of my liver, as I always say, the biggest organ of the body, because my gratitude will go a long way. May God bless us always, and again I say, to God be the highest glory.
Thank you very much. Yes, my floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another resolution commending and congratulating the winners of WIMSU for being hailed as the overall champion on the 2020 ASEAN Regional Competition conducted by the Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, in celebration of the 53rd Asian Founding Anniversary held last August 28, 2020 via social media platforms. May we recognize Member Piok.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognized.
So, sa diya to the mga WIMSU, El Kenya, dalaga naton pride and honor na diaton syudad. Excerpts from the minutes of the regular session of the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga held at its session hall on September 1, 2020, present Honorable Romel S. Agan, Honorable Dalipe, Honorable Pareja, Honorable Elago II, Honorable Nuño, Honorable Alavar III, Honorable Villa Flores, Honorable Olaso, Honorable Macrohon, Honorable Valesco Jr., Honorable Elago, Honorable Jimenez, Honorable De La Cruz, Honorable Piok, via Zoom, Honorable Gingona IV, Honorable Atilano the Senior, Honorable Eding, Honorable Hanapi, on official business, Honorable Perez, out of the session hall, Honorable Omaga. Resolution number 1236, a resolution commending and congratulating the winners of Western Mindanao State University for being hailed as the overall champion in the 2020 ASEAN Regional Competition conducted by the Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, in celebration of the 53rd ASEAN Founding Anniversary held last August 28, 2020 via social media platforms. Whereas, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or the ASEAN 2020 Culminating Program, was spearheaded by the Commission on Higher Education in celebration of the 53rd ASEAN Founding Anniversary for the whole month of August 2020. The Commission aims to launch regional ASEAN celebration through higher education institutions, as well as ASEAN-related activities that focus on higher education's enduring contribution to the foregoing sustainability in the country and in the region. Whereas,
In support of the celebration, the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 9 conducted a series of ASEAN-related competitions and activities open to all college students and professionals on categories such as original song competition, solo dance competition, digital poster making competition, essay writing competition, spoken poetry competition, and face mask design competition, among others. Whereas professionals and student participants from Western Mindanao State University emerged as overall champion during the 2020 ASEAN Regional Competition conducted by the Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, held on August 28, 2020 via social media platforms. Whereas, the following are the winners of the different competition in both professional and student categories. Original Song Competition, Professional Category, first place, Dr. Jeremiah D. Calisang and Dr. Cheryl P. Ramirez. With the title, Can You Hear the ASEAN Sing? Student category, first place, Mary Joy B. Lui and Gary Mitchell C. Fox Jr. Second place, CJ Kenny B. Cafe and Lawrence J. C. Kamasura. For professional category for ASEAN Solo Dance, second place, John Free de los Reyes. For student category, first place, Ronani L. Liga. For spoken word poetry, open to all college student only, first place, poet Ivan C. Borja. Second place, poet Lloyd Angelo C. Santos. For digital poster making, open to all colleges student only, first place, Jairena A. Pagal. Second place, Alidin B. Abilul. Third place, Clarence Dabasol. For face mask design competition, first place, Clarence Dabasol. Second place, Christian Anthony Besa. Third place, Hershime L. Senario. For essay writing competition, first place, Chaudhry Amir Jumurin. Second place, Alprince King A. Diri. And third place, Patricia May J. Alfonso. Whereas the excellent, remarkable, and notable achievements of the aforementioned winners brought pride and honor not only to themselves and their families, but also to Western Mindanao State University and the city of Zamboanga as a whole. Thus, truly noteworthy of this august body's praise, acknowledgement, and recognition. Now, therefore, on motion by Honorable Kari Jan Opiok, duly seconded by Honorable Members Lilibet N. Nino, Piner Adanti Olaso, Crisanto D. De La Cruz, Tungko D. Hanapi, and Vincent Paul A. Elago, it was resolved, as it is hereby resolved, that the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga hereby commends and congratulates the winners of Western Mindanao State University for being hailed as the overall champion in the 2020 ASEAN Regional Competition conducted by the Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, in celebration of the 53rd ASEAN Founding Anniversary held last August 28, 2020 via social media platforms, thus truly worthy of this august body's acclamation, furnishing a copy of this resolution to the City Mayor for information. Carried unanimously, I hereby certify the correctness of this resolution upon Kenneth Vincent P. Balduha, the Secretary of the Sangguniang Panglungsod, attested by Attorney Romel S. Agan, presiding officer. Mr. Chair, also, we would like to recognize the coaches and the officials of the Western Mindanao State University who joined this morning with us, Dr. Mario R. Obra Jr., Mr. Francis Anthony Sadaya, Mr. Michael P. Tuse, Mr. Angelito Noynoy, Dr. Jeremiah D. Calisang, Dr. Cheryl P. Ramirez, Mr. Robert G. Tarona Jr., Ms. Lizelle M. Pareno, Mr. Salimar B. Tahil, Dr. Karil
T. Keno, and Mr. Abdul Aziz Salim. Mr. Chair, can we invite our participants, our winners, and the members of the Western Mindanao State University?
May we request the members of the WIMSU team to join us in front for the presentation of the resolution.
And Mr. Chair, also, today numuntuhan naton LOIC BPAA, Dr. Leila Benito.
Okay. Ada. Pakita na medyo, ma'am. Hindi lang. Okay na makinuha yun. Ayos. Ano yung trade president? Pacquiao Wilmso. Pacquiao Wilmso. Kabar si Kate na Wilmso. Kabar, ang gano'n Dr. Pabran. Ito naman yung building lang. Ako. Oh, sampol. Ini bisa sa Zamboanga? Sampol. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may we request Dr. Mario R. Obra Jr. to speak on behalf of the Western Mindanao State University.
Buenos dias, good morning. In behalf of the University Management, headed by our University President, Dr. Maria Carla A. Ochatorena, represented here by our OIC Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Leila Benito, we would like to extend our warmest thanks and gratitude to the City Council for this recognition and commendation extended to the various winners of the ASEAN regional competition, particularly to this August body headed by our Vice Mayor Romel Agan. So, the is indeed proud because as we advance the mandate of instruction, research, extension, and production, we also promote internationalization. Internationalization is an aspect to ensure quality, that a university manifests indeed real quality. So that's part of our strategies to promote internationalization is about participation in various competitions that will promote the regional culture of the ASEAN. So we would like to ensure the City Council that as a university, we would always bring honor to the city of Zamboanga as we bring Zamboanga City to the ASEAN map through the accomplishments of the Western Mindanao State University. We'd also like to thank our former president, Dr. Milabel Enriquez Ho, who really initiated the internationalization activities of the university 5 years ago. And this winning today and this honor today is attributed to the many efforts that we have done for internationalization and quality assurance. So with this, muchísimas gracias, and God bless City Council of Zamboanga. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again to the WIMSU family. Thank you very much for bringing honor to our city. Floor leader,
I move for the resumption of the rules, Mr. Chairman.
rules restored.
Item G, reading approval on first reading and referral. G1, proposed ordinance number 2020-90 entitled An Ordinance Amending Certain Provisions of Ordinance number 735, Series of 2020, regarding Supplemental Budget number 1, fiscal year 2020, Plantilla of Personnel of Zamboanga City, sponsored by Honorable Crisanto B. De La Cruz. I move for its approval on first reading.
Second.
Seconding members Juan Climaco Ilago, Alavar, Villaflores, Vincent Polilago, Hanapi, Atilano, Valesco, Macrojon,
Nuno.
Nuno,
Umaga.
Omaga, Gingona. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved on first reading.
Refer to the Committee on Ordinance and Appropriations.
Referred to the several committees.
Item H, Committee Reports. H1, Committee on Markets and Slaughterhouse per meeting held on October 5, 2020 regarding alleged collection activity at the main public market by a certain June Aidaros. May we recognize the Chairman on Markets and Slaughterhouse, Honorable Umaga.
Member Omaga is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Presiding Officer, I would like, as the report of the committee report was part of the agenda, I would move for the acceptance of the report.
Second,
Seconding members Dalipe, Nuno, Olaso, Gingona, Alavar, Hanapi, De La Cruz, Vincent Paul Elago, Pareja. Comment? Acceptance pa lang. Objection? There being none, the report is hereby accepted. Proceed, Member Omaga.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I would like to move directly to the recommendations of the market on the committee report. So first, Mr. Chair, that I would like to move that the Zamboanga Fish Broker Association filed a verified complaint based on the alleged illegal collection in the public market, so it can be brought officially to the National Bureau of Investigation for proper action. I move accordingly, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Seconding members Dalipe, Nuno, Gingona, Olaso, De La Cruz, Hanapi, Vincent Paul Elago, Juan Climaco Elago. Comment? Member Elago.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, from the outset, Your Honor, my take in this thing is this is a problem, a conflict between two groups of fish brokers. Na di mi pensamiento this is more of a internal political problem between leaders of the fish brokers. And for this reason, I was surprised, Your Honor, that the way it was turned was that this is parang, what do you call it, shadow government in the market. My first question, Your Honor, in the report, it says that Mr. Aidaros stated who was present during the committee hearing, stated that it was Roy Lorena who gave him an ID. Is that correct?
yes.
This is for purposes of clarification, Your Honor. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Member Omaga.
Allow me to talk, Mr.
I repeat, Your Honor.
According to the statement of Jude Aidaros, Mr. Presiding Officer, it's correct.
What was the answer? Please, Asidaw Suenal, Innoy Ui. Your Honor, my question is, did Aidaros show before the committee hearing the ID itself? O yabla lang na kaya dali ko na yung ID? Kaya dali na mira ID? Kaya dali na mira ID?
Yes, yes.
And in the ID itself, there was the signature of Roy Lorena? Yes? Hindi, kayo na lang yung sabi. Kayo na yung...
Member Eding has additional information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was present during the committee hearing. I personally saw the ID being worn by Mr. Aidarus, and Talya reflected na ID sealed the City Administrator's Office, and it was signed by Mr. Roy Lorena, Mr. Chair.
Aside from Mr. Roy Lorena, was there any other signature?
None.
Ahead, Arriba Kun Roy?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wow.
The format of the ID is similar to our
Yes. Now, was Mr. Ras, who was also present at the time, questioned whether or not that ID came from the city administrator? O printed? Maski no, estaba kanila, pero yung print, estaba na city administrator.
Parang he was silent. I don't remember, pero he did not.
No question. No, that question was not raised.
Yes,
Okay.
but he denied the KL office alien issue ID. But what
They denied that they issued an ID, but what I'm saying is that was the printing of the ID. That is the meaning their office is printing that specific ID, or was it only a special ID that was printed by Roy Lorena for his own purposes only? Can you sabi,
yeah.
see, this ID that is being used by Adarus is the same kind of ID that most of the employees are using.
What I understand, Mr. Chair, during the committee hearing was it was through the initiative of Mr. Roy Lorena.
That he signed.
Yes,
Yes.
he personally signed the ID.
Yes.
And accordingly, it was parang parang in a way it's I don't know, parang it's a way of parang designation kasi si
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Adarus was the very person who helped the office daw during the
Yes,
daw.
yes, I understand. Sabi, so it's established that it was Roy who allegedly signed and issued the ID. Kerry sabi, whether that ID that was issued, that was printed, is the one that is being printed or administrative office.
Actually, Mr. Chair,
Meaning, ano yun, como it will appear now, Roy got one ID, ya pirma on his own, ya dali kun either using a previously printed ID being made by the city administrator's office. Or did he just print his own? Ya sakali computer, ya sele ID, kabayang print le.
actually, Mr. Chair, that was my understanding. Parang it's through his own personal. As it may, Mr. Chair, one of the recommendation of the committee is for us to conduct another committee hearing inviting the former market superintendent, Roy Lorena, as well as the current market superintendent, Mr. Padayhag, Mr. Chair. So
Yes,
other
yes.
questions relative to IDs and other unanswered concerns raised during the committee hearing will be answered directly
yes.
by the two, Mr.
I
Chair.
understand, Your Honor. The second was the question asked as to whether other IDs were issued by Roy Lorena. Siya na ba otro pa ID, dalile na otro mga henteli na market?
No, isa pregunta, Mr. Chair, during committee hearing.
Okay. That's one, no? And second, si Roy Lorena, was he present?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, floor leader.
he's not present.
He was not present during the time.
Si tiene pa uno lama committee meeting el chairman.
Para ko na siya llama, because I want to know his side, whether he will accept. Kasi baka ablale, hindi skill si signature, no eleman issue. Now, my third question is, ito si el previous head, not previous, the existing recognized official president of the Fish Brokers Association, akan si Mukaram. Was he present during the time? Noiman man kwento, noiman kunele man, noiman yung birak, yung pregunta kunele?
El Chairman.
Member Umaga.
Mr. Chair, he was present, Mr. Chair. I think it's the first paragraph, Mr. Chair, on the report.
Yes, but what he did he? Because my first question was, my first thinking ngayon is, this is a problem between two groups who is buying, okay. Why did you question the treasurer why his group's license or contract was not renewed for this year? And why is he paying on a monthly basis when in fact he is the original kasi el question kina na city treasurer, el contract daw was not renewed. My question was, por qué no, I mean, who renews it? El city council, el city treasurer, el city administrator?
Member Jimenez.
A reading of the report, this very detailed report, I think prepared by the distinguished chairman, it's very clear that there are two groups here.
Correct.
The Zamboanga Fish Broker Association and the JA Fish Broker. I don't know if this is the main issue that should have been resolved here. Which of the two is the recognized group as the broker group at that public market? To my mind, the committee did not address that issue.
Correct.
Why? I do not know why.
Correct.
Mr. Chair?
It is very clear in the report that insofar as the contract of the Zamboanga Fish Broker Association, represented by Mr. Mukaram, that contract has already expired. But upon clarification made by the city treasurer with the city legal office, whether they could continue to collect the monthly payment from this association, the city legal office said yes. Impliedly, was the expired contract made into a month-to-month basis. To my mind, the committee, as one of its recommendations, is to ask now which of the two groups should be recognized.
That is my
If
point.
there was an implied extension of the contract, lease contract, with the group of Mr. Mukaram, should we continue with that? Should we allow that? That should be the case here. To my mind, that should be the principal issue to be resolved
Correct, Your
before
Honor.
any other consideration is to be taken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, let me finish, Your Honor. That is the point that I'm trying to raise, Your Honor. Because in the number 4, it appears that we are the one now recommending to recognize another group and to put additional spaces for another group of fish brokers, Your Honor. Para kumiko, porque man asina datong problema ya keda. Sila, all you have to do is just conduct a vote. Kanya ka na kanila na eleksyon, so be it, el presidente. Tapos ang problema. We don't need to issue make a new space. However, because of this, somebody filed a complaint. Yeah, this is a can of worms that was opened now. So, para kumigo, na second hearing or whatever committee hearing that will happen afterwards, this will now concentrate on the alleged shadow government or illegal collection of illegal taxes or whatever, or payment of certain fees. And really, what I want to know is how far this line extends. I really do not believe this can continue without someone in the city administrator's office having, not only who knows, having in control of this. Hindi pwede sucede. So if we just make a recommendation without looking into the fact that somewhere along the line, this will reach up to the city administrator's office. I remember during 2016, we have a similar problem also. Akal parking ticket na hindi tan-remit. Oh, similar tamen. And now again, this is also similarly the same. Basically, it's the same. Collection, hindi tan-remit. Illegal collection, hindi tan-remit. Oh, and computation is very big. It's a big sum of amount of money. So, akaral din yo, I think, Your Honor, and 1, 2, 3, I will not object, Your Honor, but for number 4, I think, para kumigo, Your Honor, man, hold in abeyance sana kita ko ng recommendation until we have the second hearing, because those shotgun ba kita? Tupa no tupa kung kin mga hente. Mentras siya, sige the second, and we will call members of the bureaucracy del city public market. Then we will know ken got el involved, ken el inocente, ken el noy culpable. That is my observation, Your Honor.
Member de la Cruz, then Dalipe.
From the personal study that I made, our city government has been losing thousands of pesos because of negligence. I am calling on our administrator's office to be decisive. There are two factions here fighting. The victims are those being collected. No, we cannot continue arguing. Somehow, somewhere, the office of the city administrator should act on this. Every day that the city administrator don't act, the city government is losing money. That's the reality right now. We talk, we are aware of the problem, many people are aware of the problem, but the fact is, our government is losing because of the city administrator's office. I hope that something should be done soon, or else the bleeding would continue. Not, the sizable amount of money would not go to the city government. Sayang, makalastima.
Mr. Chair.
Member Dalipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see Chiniquido's grupo. Para kumigo, I don't recognize kay Chine grupo si Mr. June Aidaros because this grupo is not recognized. Hindi, this grupo legitimate. And for the information, na this grupo, akal taselene bo grupo, only 3 members lang. Kabayan forged file otro signature. El legitimate aki grupo amo yakel di Mukaram, which yan expire lang. Pero tan recognize syempre el city government kay ta receive syempre payment kanila. So I don't see na cheneki dos grupo di association kay tan pelyahan. Chene lang et illegal collection ay tas kay ta sucede. That's my point, Mr. Chairman.
Member Jimenez.
Let's limit our discussion on the issue. So, as I said, I was of the impression from the time this was presented, the problem with the two groups, which of the two groups should be recognized? One of Mr. Mukaram, the other JA, of which this illegal collection is being perpetrated, or what do you call it? Now it appears, it's very clear that the city is continuing with its collection from the group of Mr. Mukaram. The report does not say what is being paid by this group. That should have been the case. What is paid by them in spite of the fact that the contract with the city has expired and being collected by the city government. So there is income going to the city with the payment and collection made by the city treasurer. No problem with that. We're still earning. It is the illegal collection by a representative of JA that is also another issue here, and that should be stopped immediately. That should be done under this resolution in this report. If the contract with Mr. Mukaram has already expired and the other group is insisting of its rights and privileges, if they have any, then we should resolve that. And how? The city treasurer did not, it is not reflected here. What was the recommendation of the city treasurer? Unless, under the circumstances, the best that we could do is to ask that a conduct of a competitive bidding be done in open between the two groups. One with an expired contract, so we are not legally bound already with that group of Mr. Mukaram. The other appearing to be doing acts that are conducting illegal collection. So, ¿quién del dos? Hace kita competitive bidding between the two. And that will be the only way to solve this problem once and for all. And if we could do that, that to my mind, which is the most practical and the legal way we could solve this problem for the city to conduct the bidding. And all these recommendations could be tackled once a winner is already declared based on that result of a competitive public open bidding, Mr. Chairman. That's the only way, to my mind, to solve this problem once and for all.
Member Villaflores.
Thank you, Your Honor. It seems that mucho mga idea bonito that we can incorporate on the possible way of resolutions, recommendations. But in the meantime, since there is another schedule of committee hearing and to be invited aquellos mga involved like Mr. Roy Lorena and the others, I subscribe with the idea of Member Ilago that in the meantime, we will first lay on the table all the recommendations. We will have to wait. And those comments, ideas shared by some members could be the best premise that we discuss during the next committee hearing. Because while the floor leader said that based on the hearing, committee hearing, kinuha otro grupo, there's only one, but the mere fact that that group, el kontrata nuway pa Manrinyo, we tend to believe that there is no such thing, no group existing now, except impliedly tamang kwento din antes, pwede kolekta, but only personnel coming from the city treasurer's office and not by anybody else. That's very clear during committee hearing. So in the meantime, all those recommendations, Mr. Chair, I suggest to the good chairman, if we first lay that on the table, then we will have to finish the second round of committee hearing. We will then invite the same people. We were going to tackle the issue shared, ideas shared by some members, especially that of Member Jimenez, so that we can already come up with a good recommendations. Like for example, in the recommendation number 1, for the NBI to come in. I don't think that NBI nisita packet entra. That's purely the city administrator's office job. Di ilagay sa trabaho. Hindi nakita na NBI, and NBI will para lang kan, entamite palimbial, NBI, dami namin trabaho, mag-investigate pa kami dan, marami pa dyan, may bigas pa din issue. Oh, diba? Ganun yun. So, it's the primary job of the administrator's office. Checking and failure. Why? Two groups can exist ali and doing some collections for their group or for the city of Zamboanga, for the coffers of Zamboanga. So in the meantime, no investigation, no solution for the NBI to come in because the committee, the committee on the slaughterhouse will still call another committee hearing, another round, Mr. Chair. That's my take on the issue, Mr. Chair. In the meantime.
Reaction, Mr. Chairman. El committee ba ya-ablaya kay el collection illegal?
No hay pa.
No hay. Ese colección, ese gente, ya para allá? There is no findings in the committee report. That's why I'm at a loss. That should have been the first thing. You were able to show that there is illegal. There is such, I would not use the word illegal. There is such a collection being done. Aside from what is being paid by the group of Mukaram to the city as the monthly payment. Did the committee make the finding that that collection being made by this Kenkelente is stopped already? May I know from the chairman, please?
Member Umaga. Unmute, paki-unmute ng mic.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. For the actually, Mr. Chair, for additional also information, the complainants, we received text from the complainant that
I could not hear you, Mr.
Omer, volume.
I can answer, Mr. Chairman.
Any one of the committee members who were
Mr. Chair,
present.
I can answer. For information, there is still ongoing, pero popoya lang. Guerrilla style lang daw el kolektada.
No, ta-kolekta pa si gente ara.
Disuhente lang.
That should be stopped already because
That's
it's
why-
very clear it's illegal.
Mr. Chair, I go along with the recommendation of Member Timelago that we approve the number 1, number 2, and number 3 recommendation, except for number 4.
The first thing that we should do is to tell that collection be immediately stopped. Period.
Yes, it's here.
That's one.
Number 3.
Yes,
In the
that
recommendation,
should be
Mr.
stopped already. And if it is continued, then the person who's doing the collection be arrested. Period.
Oh, 4 ya.
Para
Mr. Chair, I agree.
kita di city. Hindi kita arresta, hindi kita man-file and file the necessary action against the person who's doing the collection. Because it's very clear. The way I'm reading the committee report, the collection is very illegal. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So what's the recommendation now?
Member Anapi. Member Anapi.
Manapprove akal 1, 2, 3. Manapprove akal 1, 2, 3 recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, as far as what I understand, there is 2 associations existing, the old one and the new one. Until old, it has been operating for a quite long time, for a decade. Tardaya siguro more or less mga 20 years siya and operate. and they had been paying regularly na city treasurer office. The only problem to the old association, the ILA contract was terminated, but it was considered, given consideration by the city treasurer office to operate and still accept the collection from them, from the association. So, the old association that is led by former Barangay Chairman Mukaram, accepted accept LCT to continue the payment. So the new one, the problem there, they are collecting. Aquel Nuevo, it's led by June Aidarus. At ang collect 10 pesos, the incoming and outgoing of the ice chest, 10 pesos. Oo. Entra sale, paga. Oo. Paga. Akabar, what I know from the city treasurer office, this June Aidarus, kung say parking aid collector. Kuma parking aid, and he was assigned by, at the same time, assign ko nila si Roy to look into orderliness and cleanliness in the market. Amo kaligdisi yung trabaho, hindi para kolekta. And the right association to collect is the old association. Kay tadayaman kayo sila tapaga, more than 100,000 pesos asa sila tapaga na city treasurer office. So amo still problema, the illegal collection. There was an existing of illegal collection. Nung sabi kita ko sa Bakat Gayot enroll the June Aidarus, kay si June Aidarus accordingly is also a member of the old association. Member le, kabarya asele, association tamen para kolekta. So amo still problema, kaya illegal collection, which is not duly recognized by the city treasurer office, and the only one association was recognized to pay, in which led by former Barangay Chairman Mukaram. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Just point of additional information. In the next public hearing to be conducted by the committee, may I just suggest to also invite the city legal office, because I think they came out with an opinion that the recognition given to the old association when the market code was amended sometime in 2012, the particular provision where the old Fish Brokers Association is mentioned was omitted. So right now, in the existing market code, there is no more recognition of any association. That's the reason why the contract was not renewed. So there might be a need on the part of the council, if ever the city admin decides to recognize an association, maybe an amendment is necessary in the market code para pwede man-recognize ken grupo. There was an amendment in 2012 where the provision, a particular section mentioning the association was omitted in the amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, exactly. The observation of the distinguished chairman is exactly correct. But be that as it may, we cannot also amend the market code now and then bring in a new organization as the recognized group.
Correct.
Because that would be discriminatory. That's why I'm telling my opinion is conduct public open bidding. Who wants to win? Period. We follow the law. Because there are people who are interested to do the job. But insofar as this, if it is still a continuing collection, that should be stopped immediately already. Para kasi hindi pwede kayo collection taas el tesorera tapaga, and based on that opinion of the city legal office, it was based on the advice of the city legal office that the city treasurer continued to collect from the group of Mr. Mukarram in spite of the contract having lapsed already. I don't know if it's terminated, but I think it expired.
Expired.
Expired. The proper word is expired, not terminated. Because if it was terminated, we have no right to collect anymore. Determina kita, di pa kolekta kita. That is inconsistent. It should be expired. That's why I don't know.
So what is the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I go along with the recommendation of Member Kim Elago that we will approve the number 1, number 2, and number 3 recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Member Macron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Para kumigo lang, Mr. Chair, no? Ang ng mga suseso na di aton Tiangge, todo kita sabi na hindi siya basta-basta pwede susede. Si LD aton tamen mga personnel in charge ali, no? Hindi siya man allow. Kaya tamen ta susede siguro kung naibans ali na di aton mga kwantabilog gente. Although hindi pa kita pwede man prove at this very point in time. Pero mas beno era si man reshuffle lang naman kung naldi aton mga hente din na Tiangge, Mr. Chair. Dan support yun, no, kunel recommendations I saw in the projecto renante L1, 2, 3 na ilang yung pandemiral number 4. Kaya lang tamin yung abla, Mr. Chair, na I think akil regarding the association, 2 groups, si Ken Gayot legitimate, Ken hindi, is a minor thing. El mas importante na di aton committee, the investigation, to focus on the illegal collections and on the fact that government property are being used for private purposes. So I think, Mr. Chair, Central di aton committee iawit namin yung inaante kay tinapakali kita second part of committee hearing. So I don't know I think I agree also that some recommendations can already be approved but some si pwede man differ anay. So yung mira ko na number 4 even L number 1, no? L number 1 recommendation referring to the NBI. I support, no, for an investigation, pero at this point in time, considering kaya napakita second part, si baka premature pa siya kita si Pasa, no, L investigation NBI. Hindi lang ben klaro L recommendation number 1, si ba investigation tamen, ma-request na NBI, L can man request ali is the association or L City Council. No, hindi lang yung ben klaro ulit, Mr. Chair. May I inquire also from the committee chair regarding number 1 recommendation.
Member Umaga.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The recommendation was referred to the association to file a verified complaint because it is one of the requirements of the National Bureau of Investigation so that they could be put into action.
So it's the association that will file the complaint, not the Sanggunian. The request for investigation will be the request from the association, not a request from the Sanggunian.
It's not a request from. It's a recommendation to ask from the Zamboanga fish vendor to file a verified complaint, not for the committee.
So the association directly will request for the investigation from NBI.
Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Yeah, okay. Okay lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Presiding Officer, can we continue the second and the third recommendation?
What's the pleasure? Member Villa Flores?
Thank you, Your Honor. Member Macron raised a very valid concern on the first recommendation because it seems that the members of the committee would like to already act on the first three recommendations except for the suggestion kasi we have to label it first pero depende on the body. But the number one, like to, ako I don't know yung problema ng investigation. I need this one. Kaya lang, aldini lang is the city admin should already come in to correct all problems inside the public market. But as to the investigation, it is more on a personal problem between, if there is another group, between the two groups. Precisely, we should not include the one, because as if we are the one telling, enticing, encouraging the group to file case against the other group. Sila yaman file. If they want to file, ma-file sila, but we will not include that as our recommendations. Mr. Chair, that's my point here. Because at the end of the day, baka sasabihin nila na hindi man sana ako mag-file na pero may council resolution noon, nag-entice sa amin, nag-encourage sa amin. Makabuta ba ka natin ba, culpa? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Menes. You know, we are really at the loss here. For us to adopt a resolution that this group of Mr. Mukaram, the press book, I know him personally. In fact, she was once my client. To file a complaint with the NBI, coming from us through a resolution would be an implied recognition that this group is the one recognized by the city government because it's coming from us. That's why this group, the contract is already expired. The other group has no contract. Simple. Conduct a bidding between the two. Whoever wins, then you solve the problem. There is no need for this investigation. Do you see? Because I don't see the logic. Why ask these people to investigate when we should be the one to do it? And based on what the initial hearing, it has been very clear that the collection is illegal. For one, the receipt is not a receipt of the city of Zamboanga. For two, the one who is collecting is not the proper personnel of the city treasurer's office. Simple. So the collection being done by this guy from JA, receipt of the JS, is manifestly illegal. So stop it. I cannot see why you have to go to these three recommendations, and I don't see the logic. Please, let's be careful with this.
Floor leader.
May we recognize the chairman?
Member Umaga.
It will be the pleasure of the body, Mr. Chair, if they will support the recommendation on the first recommendation.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will move now that we have to declare that this collection being done by this person, that this name be, is illegal. There is no receipt of the city government. The person doing the collection is not a proper personnel of the city government. So it is an illegal collection. And therefore, we adopt the resolution that this activity be immediately stopped. Period. That's the first recommendation, Mr. Chairman. I so move.
Second.
Is the chairman amenable to the amendment of Member Jimenez, Member Umaga?
If that's the pleasure of the body, Mr. Chair, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any seconding members Pareja, Valesco, De La Cruz, Dalite, Villaflores, Eding Piok, Olaso, Gingona, Nuno, any VP Alago Hanapi. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved.
Second, Mr. Chairman, if I'm still recognized,
Yes, proceed.
in the further conduct of the committee hearing to be done, as being recommended, I think that's the feeling also, because I would like to find out why this Mr. Who is this? Roy?
Lorena.
Allowed that. And since I do not see any recommendation of the city treasurer or the city legal office, whether a conduct of a public, open bidding, competitive bidding be done, that should be encouraged. So I will reserve that matter because there is still a conduct of a subsequent hearing, Mr. Chairman. But I will ask the committee to address this concern. Is it best that to resolve this issue once and for all in the public market, which of this group, not only the two groups, because there are others who may come in and join. The best is to conduct an open, public, competitive bidding on the matter. That should be considered by the committee, Mr. Chairman. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Member Dalipe.
another recommendation, Mr. Chairman, kay since October 5, hasta ahora si Mr. Jun Aydaros, tala siyempre na opisina del gobyerno, adrento Change, with aircon and security guard. So, may motion, Mr. Chairman, requesting the city administrator to immediately remove remove Mr. Jun Aydaros in holding office in the main public market. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
He should not be allowed to use that office as if it's his office, because that would be a recognition that the guy is a personnel of the city of Zamboanga.
Yes, hasta ahora talya paele with aircon and security guard.
Any second? Members Olaso, Nuño, Gingona, Jimenez, Hanapi, Eding, 1 Climaco, Lago, Piop. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved. Next.
Sure.
The other recommendations of the committee will be deferred until the next public hearing. Next item.
Next item, Mr. Chairman, H.2, Committee on Peace and Order per meeting held on October 9 and 13, 2020, regarding buy-bus operation conducted by the personnel of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, PDEA, and Zamboanga City Police Office last September 28, 2020, with 4 individuals and confiscation of 4 packs of suspected cocaine, which packs were thereafter declared to be sugar contained after laboratory tests conducted for the purpose. May we recognize the Chairman on Peace and Order? The
Member
Chairman.
Vincent Polelago is recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. I move for the acceptance of the committee of the whole report.
Seconding, members Nuño, Olaso, Piop, Villa Flores, Alavar, De La Cruz, Hanapi, Pareja. Comment, objection, there being none, the report is hereby accepted.
I move for the approval of the committee report, Your Honor.
Seconding, members Piop, Pareja, Olaso, Nuño, Alavar, De La Cruz, Hanapi. Comment, member Jimenez.
First, the motion is for the approval of the report. There are 5 particulars, several recommendations. We should go one by one, Mr. Chairman, with due respect to the distinguished chairman. I was present in the 2 public hearings conducted by this committee, the committee of the whole. And my name, in fact, appears there, but I did not sign. I'm not a member in the first place of the Committee on Peace and Order, but I did not sign because I so believe that there should be at least a summary of what happened in the second committee hearing. While we are making recommendations, we are not making finding of facts. What we deem to have been established in the conduct of the second committee of the whole hearing, Mr. Chairman. The worst that happened in the September 28, 2020 incident was the so-called sugar out of the cocaine. I myself, I started with the observation in the committee hearing. If it was sugar, what could have been done by the 4 people who were arrested should have already informed the arresting officers. Why are you arresting us when that is only sugar? They could have called their counsel and said that that is only sugar. But finally, it is not sugar. Per findings of the chemist, simply it is stated, the chemist of the PIDEA, is that there is no presence of any substance of any prohibited area, substance of any prohibited drug, be it cocaine, be it shabu. I'm already adding that. But the finding is very clear. There is the lack of presence of any substance of any prohibited drug. Period. Simply, there was no findings made by PIDEA that that was sugar. That is very clear now. In fact, in my final argument, I said, so it is not sugar. Simply, what was brought there and examined by PIDEA, negative of any presence of any prohibited drug, substance of any prohibited drug. So that should be made a finding made in this committee as to be reflected in the report. Two, there are other matters, although it is not mentioned here right now in the committee report. Although I agree with all these recommendations, Mr. Chairman, and I, you know, the way the chairman, the Committee on Peace and Order, presided the Committee of the Whole, it was really done with strict carefulness on the matter, because we were afraid of some confidential matters to be brought out in public. But if we do not also include in the report what was discussed in this committee hearing, especially the last one, what was discovered and to be placed in the committee hearing, because that was shown on TV. Media was here. It is already of public knowledge that from the time, as raised by Member Pareja, from the time the seized and confiscated items were in the possession already of the investigator. For 4 hours later, it was brought to PIDEA for examination. What happened within that period of 4 hours? I was also made the proper observation that from the time the seized and confiscated items were in the possession already of the investigator, when it was brought to PIDEA, all other people, including the arresting officers, accompanied the investigator in bringing the items, because this is a high-profile case, to PIDEA for examination. But the posture buyer was not with the group. That's a finding we made. So that should be reflected in this report. Or if not, it could be included in the resolution. There are other matters that we have to look into, such as, I raised this question, but this was not explained. One, did the posture buyer did the posture buyer ride the vehicle where these 4 persons were inside when the transaction took place? That was not clarified. 3, the other matter that I was not satisfied is Major Solon admitted that when it was sold to them, there was an insistence on the part of those 4 people who were arrested that that is cocaine. But later it was established that the cocaine came from a third person. The alleged substance that was sold to him came from a third party. It's very clear because the 4 persons who were arrested are not manufacturers but only alleged sellers. So where it came from, that is a question that was not really established. So to my mind, Mr. Chairman, if the good chairman of the Committee on Peace and Order, based on the Committee of the Whole conducted, if we could just reflect my observations in the resolutions now to be adopted, rather than we will insist on reflecting that on the report. If that could be done, Mr. Chairman, my observations to be reflected in the resolution itself to be adopted. These manifestations of mine, Mr. Chairman. So, Pueblo Zamboangueño, hindi kay asukar.
Cornstarch.
Simple, taabla pidea, chemist, kay aquel hindi ta contiene nada de substance de prohibited drug. Por eso tabla pidea el mga chemist, ¿quién ba ta habla azúcar aquel? Kaya no man kami habla azúcar aquel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member 1, Climaco, Ilago. Your Honor, before Councilor Ilago speaks, may I just let us include, yes sir, given your comments, we will include the things that you want to be included in our report.
In the resolutions,
In the resolution, I mean in our resolution.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. I really agree with the statements of Councilor Jimenez. My only... the report is quite good, Your Honor. I'd like to extend my congratulations to the committee. Pero el punto, Your Honor, liga na punta. Daw yasali, Your Honor, daw yakay inuti lang kita. Como kalma yasabi kita, yabla ka na to, nyo aksepta kita, kose abla LPDEA, patil police. Although chene kita di aton resolution to conduct further investigation, pero do palta ba, Your Honor? LDMI, Your Honor, I wrote it in my, when I signed the report, Your Honor, I wrote it as a opinion below my signature, Your Honor. I stated, Your Honor, we should have a resolution seeking for the suspension of all the police personnel and PDEA personnel who are connected or related in that operation, Your Honor. Of whether they are actually suspended or not, bahala el police, bahala el PDEA. Pero it will come from us that what they said before the City Council, Your Honor, is unacceptable. Do not believe it. Kaya kita dali mira na di aton mga bibientes and national government that we do not believe the explanation of the police and the PDEA. We cannot believe it, Your Honor. Something really has done wrong, very wrong, Your Honor. And that can be committed again if something similar to it happens. I talked with one of the fiscal, Your Honor, who does not want to be named. According to him, there was a time, I think 1 year or 2 years ago, a cocaine was caught inside the airport. taliba un pasahero pa afuera. What they did, Your Honor, was that ayan pa lang na airport, present ya el media, present ya el public prosecutor, el fiscal. El fiscal mismo, amoy ayuda para man mark todo evidences. El fiscal mismo, junto na media, junto yan na pideya para man test. And they were able to get the result. And this person was convicted of that crime. And this was not done in this specific incident arrest. We have to, I don't know how it will be worded, no? I asked the colleagues that we should pass a resolution to the effect that the city council does not accept, does not believe all the explanation that was made before the committee hearing. Klaro kasi, pamparonadas lang siya. It cannot happen na 3 months man surveillance, kawayakuhi, all the time. Hindi gali is cocaine. Imposible kayo. Hindi ka posible. Something happened. I don't know how it will be done by us, but we have to show that kind of, how do you say it, anger or disbelief to our people, so that the people also will understand that we are not in any way whitewashing, we are not in any way trying to cover this up, Your Honor. But we are really the ones that are trying to push this thing.
Your Honor. Yes, Member Lago, the Villa.
Yes, I just want to make it clear. Had Councilor Kim Elago, desired for this type of inclusion, since this was a committee of the whole, he would have been, most welcome to speak during the committee hearing. But he was not there. He came only for a while, then he left. Had he been there, then we would not be bringing this matter here right now. It could have been included in the committee report of the committee of the whole. Secondly, Your Honor, let me remind this body that this is not the Supreme Court, this is not the Court of Appeal, this is not the Regional Trial Court. All right? This is the Sangguniang Panlunsod. And from the very start, this representation who chairs the Committee on Peace and Order, when I passed this resolution requesting, that we will have some kind of committee hearing to this effect, it led towards that. The intention was not to judge, because we are not the court. The intention of this representation is to find out how the city government will be able to help these agencies so that in the next, event, nothing like this will happen again. Hindi na kanaton abla yan, ya perde ang sina o ya ka otro kalikil. So we did not want that. But to be like lawyers and judges in this August Hall was never the intention. In fact, Councilor Jimenez knows, he knows personally how I tried to be very professional and how I walked the thin line, just to make sure that we will just come up with the objective and not to be the judges. There are recommendations to this effect, Your Honor. In fact, we are going to be passing it now, the recommendations of the people who were in attendance. And one of those recommendations made by our good Councilor Pinpin Pareha actually answers partly to that type of line of thinking of Councilor Kim Elago. Why? Because there is an investigation, but not the city council. We are not judges. We are not to say that they are lying, and please, do not say that we are trying to, that they're giving the impression that we are whitewashing. You should have been here so that you would have seen how we moved. We were very thoughtful and we were very observant of the powers that the City Council have in as far as this matter is concerned.
Can we just dispose first of the recommendations of the committee before taking up the suggestion of Member 1 Climaco Elago?
Maybe a separate resolution, you can do that.
Member, ladies first, Eding, then Villa Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dimyo lang, Mr. Chair, no? Before kita man-tackle ang mga recommendations, pidi lang yung Colonel Chairman, kaya pabor include, kumukosa kita and request during the committee hearing, and observations made by this representation and the observations made by Councilor Jimmy Villaflores on the photo submitted by both the PIDEA and the police, Mr. Chair. There was an apparent discrepancies on the items as reflected or as evidenced by the photo submitted by PIDEA and PNP, Mr. Chair.
Villa Flores, then Jimenez.
Okay, Sir Chair, if you note all the recommendations, I seconded that, I support. First, although, to tell you frankly, hindi pa kayo satisfied LDE la the PIDEA explanation and police, because that time I was expecting, during the committee hearing, I was expecting that they could already come up with a report, not the progress report, not the spot report, not the chemistry report. The report, why this thing happened? Was there a Salamanca happened between? Or from the very start, the third party that was mentioned in the committee hearing, Yasya Loco Daan Colonel Couriers, the four alleged suspects who were released after na chemistry report that hindi kill cocaine but rather anything but not sugar. It does not contain any substance that of the illegal drugs. So nung pwede, that was the report. Maskin si Councilor Lilibet Nuño, amulikere, kosa baya pasa, porque kaya kedaan sina, akil kami report espera, but unfortunately, it was more on a info gathering rather than to find out the reason why. Precisely, on the fourth recommendations, we asked the IMEG, Integrity Monitoring Enforcement Group, to come in for investigation. But Mr. Chairman, I have some sort of amendments on these fourth recommendations, just to satisfy Member 1 Climaco Ilago, that pone kita additional alya, that if evidence warrant after the investigation that this august body supports any filing of any charges against those individuals or police or PIDEA involved in the operation. That should be stated in the recommendation, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Member Jimenez.
Mr. Chairman, I am in agreement with the manifestation of Member Eding that their observations made during the conduct of the committee hearing and that of Member Villa Flores be also reflected on the report itself. Not only limited to the observations I made in my earlier manifestation. Is that agreeable with the chairman of the committee of the whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm in agreement.
With respect to the observation of Member, my good compañero, Elago, while in the first committee hearing, mention was made by the distinguished chairman of the committee of the whole, that we want to put a closure to this incident, definitely we cannot put a closure to it. Precisely because, Mr. Chairman, based on that recommendation made by Member Pareja, to refer this matter for further investigation. The matter about the incident of September 28, 2020 remains open. We do not even know if this will be referred back to us by this body. And the observations, recommendations, or line of opinion of Member Villaflores that we should already include that if evidence warrants the institution and the filing of the proper charges be made, let that be done by the investigating body, not us anymore, because ours is only limited really. Our concern on the expenses and the money that we include in the budget relative to our campaign against drug abuse in the city of Zamboanga. That is my main concern, Mr. Chairman. And I am of the belief that this is still an open issue, and we will wait. What we can do is perhaps, I don't know, with Member Pareja, if we will give a timeline or whatever, a period for this investigating body that you recommended to submit to us a report within a period of a time, what actions and the result of their investigation, if we can do that. So we will also be informed of what have been done and actions taken by them. I don't know with Member Pareja.
Member Pareja, then Macron, you were raising your hand earlier. Member Pareja first.
Yes, Mr. Chair, no. IMEG is waiting for our report. Actually, Kereganyo Ablacondiaton, Chairman on the Committee on Peace and Order, staff here, Attorney Kenneth, kay necesita ya el documents, they are waiting for it. Last week pa, no? Akala nila after ng committee hearing, dokumento kanila, pero tarda paste, but they are waiting na for all the documents needed. And we will tell them, the IMEG, na imbiyakan naton el resulta del ila investigation and other recommendation, no, by that group. So we will wait, but we will inform them na they have to furnish us copies of the outcome of their investigation. Yes, in due time. Actually, hinihintay na nila last week pa. So mas eager silang malaman to. Thank you.
Member Macron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kaya lang naman put on record na I am in support of all the recommendations of the committee headed by our committee chair, BP Elago. Kaya lang sabi niyo man express di miyo appreciation, Mr. Chair, kung naldi aton other mga colleagues, no? Wiyo LD lang mga statements, Attorney Sang, Attorney Elago, Attorney Villaflores. Councilor Villaflores, Councilor Dihan, even Councilor Pinpin, for taking seriously on this investigation, no? Importante ka tel investigation para ta pwede kita sabi ko sa ka nato na si loko, hindi tamin as loko kung dahil gente. Tati naman kita of investigations, but aki, no? Todo kita question investigations before regarding procurement of dump trucks, regarding procurement of rice, no, and so on. I hope my other colleagues, no, same eagerness, excitement, and spirit, no, seeking for transparency for all the Zamboangueños to know, no, the truth. Kosagayut el verdad. Ojalá this will be the beginning, no, of the council supporting always whatever investigation in sake of the reality, transparency, and good governance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Lag, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I proceed with the recommendations?
Proceed.
Okay. First recommendation, on motion of Honorable Member Cesar M. Jimenez, duly seconded by Honorable Members Josephine Pareja,
Aljihan Eding, Jerry Perez, Lilibet Nuño, Jimmy Villaflores, Carijano Piok, to request the two congressmen, District 1 and District 2, through her office to start of amending and Republic Act 10604 and the provisions of spot testing, taste testing, and or the on-site confirmatory test, not only for cocaine, but also shabu and other prohibited drugs. I move accordingly, Your Honor.
Members seconding, jointly and severally seconded.
Vote, Your Honor, on motion of Honorable Josephine E. Pareja, duly seconded by Honorable Members Jerry Perez, Aljihan Eding, Jimmy Villaflores, Kerry John Piok, Lilibet Nuño, to his office, through her honor, the City Mayor, for the continuing education of the illegal drug operatives, particularly personnel of the Zamboanga City Police Stations and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Regional Office 9. I move accordingly.
Second.
Any second?
Second.
Just point of clarification, Member Ilago. The City Director of the Zamboanga City Police Office does not have jurisdiction over PIDEA. Maybe you can reward it para separate. You cannot have the City Director doing a continuing education for personnel of PIDEA.
I think the city, diba? I think the education is for all our, especially those who are drug operatives, those who go after drug, to be educated in as far as what cocaine is all about and other drugs, Your Honor, because we had a problem. One of the things that we heard when the police came is that they could not easily, confirm that the item that was seized was actually cocaine. So kaya yun, I think Councilor Pareja actually suggested that there should be a continuing education, and besides, not only cocaine, there are other drugs coming in that our police and our PDEA people should know.
Member Pareja.
Yes, Mr. Chair. No, I just want to make it clear. That resolution is for the PNP alone, Mr. Chair. For the PNP alone, because el problema de ato na identification de la illegal drugs, el PNP lang. So LPDEA, they have the knowledge about the cocaine and other illegal drugs. But on the PNP side, Mr. Chair, sila mismo yung abla kay no sabi sila, no, el appearance mismo, el cosa klase, el cocaine, no ay sila knowledge. That's why el resolution de ato with respect to our chairman of the Committee on Peace and Order para na PNP sa Mr. Chair.
Maybe we can include with the assistance of PIDEA. But the continuing education is not for PIDEA personnel done by the City Director of the Zamboanga City Police Office. The Zamboanga City Police Office City Director can get the assistance of PIDEA for purposes of the education of our operatives.
I subscribe to that, Your Honor. So kindly for the changes.
Any other comment? Assisted? No. Assisted by PIDEA na. Any other comment? Jointly and severally seconded. Next.
Third, the motion of Honorable Josephine Pareja, duly seconded by Honorable Members Cesar Jimenez, Jerry Perez, Aljihan Eding, Jimmy Villaflores, Kerry John Piot, to submit all the documents, pictures officially furnished by PS11 Enforcement Agency.
Comment first. Comment, Member Ilago.
Motion of Honorable Cesar.
Honor, my comment, Your Honor, is number 3 and 4 are somehow hindi man similar, pero they can be made as one ba kay not only the minutes but including all the whatever drug evidences. Kasi hunto-hunto ko na ilaliban na IMEG because that is what IMEG will want. I don't know if we can put a line there, a sentence, is that with the we're not, I don't know, we're not convinced, we're not satisfied. That's why we're asking for a deeper investigation, because why will we ask for a
So what is the pleasure of Councilor Jimenez?
Bukim kontra ka. Anyway, Attorney Salaco concern. The chairman, I cannot agree with the opinion of the distinguished Attorney Elago that we are not satisfied. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, why we submitted it for further investigation would speak for itself. For us to put something already on record, we are showing already our biases on the matter. So we'll just remain in this way, Mr. Chairman, because I respect the way the Committee of the Whole was conducted and presided over by the Chairman of the Committee in Peace and Order. We had really to follow a very strict, thin line on the matter. So we will remain with that. I hope Attorney Lago would agree with us on that observation. But I do agree with him that all other things should be included, because the other recommendation, Mr. Chairman, if we will read the records of the forwarding report of PS11 and that of PIDEA in the filing of the case for violations of Section 5 and 11 was forwarded to the City Prosecutor's Office. And that would include their investigation report, the judicial affidavit of the posture buyer, arresting officers, and all other related matters on the matter. We asked for that also. So we will just include that in one resolution. And the most important of which is, in the meantime that this investigation is still to be conducted by the Integrity Monitoring Enforcement Group, who has custodian of specimen A, B, C, and D, which are the 4 packs of alleged cocaine. And that is in the possession of PIDEA. And what we have asked is for the Executive Director, Director General in Manila of PIDEA, to hand it over, or if that is allowed, or they will keep it in their possession. Why I would like that the matter, if that evidence be already possession of which is to be transferred already to EMEG, is because it would be best to show objectivity on the part of PIDEA that this thing be already transferred to possession of which, rather than it be kept by them. For precisely they were the one who made the findings based on the chemist's report about the results of the examinations done. So, siguro po dyan lang kita as uno resolution, el verbatim todo, to include an investigation report submitted by PS11 with the City Prosecutor's Office, because that was included in a separate recommendation, to include that already. Now, I do not know with the distinguished compañero here, how we could, and even the presiding officer, how we could now preserve
Both relevant.
specimen A, B, C, D pending the investigation. Who should have custody of that? Our request is for the Director General in Manila to make representations. That's what they suggested, PIDEA. But what if that is denied? They would say that PIDEA keeps possession of the specimen A, B, C, and D. How could we be assured of an objective investigation here if that thing is not also submitted to the EMEG? I leave it to the body to decide.
Member Lago.
Well, honestly, Your Honor, when it comes to procedures with IMEG and with the prosecutors, I'm really not very familiar with it. So maybe we can ask the body, what is it that how they want this to be done? And how are we going to incorporate it? What is the exact wording so that we won't lose the relevance of both resolutions since it's almost similar? How are we going to reword it, Your Honor? Rephrase it.
Your Honor, with respect, Your Honor, kita ang mga nombre, Your Honor, dahil mga councilors para kada korto un poco. On motion of the honorable councilors to submit all documents, pictures officially furnished by PS 11, Zamboanga City Police Office and the Philippine Drug PIDEA Region 9 to include the verbatim committee hearing of the whole, if possible, videos from the media to the integrity, videos for the media, all the documents submitted by the police in the fiscal office of the prosecutor, tapos all the evidences submitted to the custodian of PIDEA Region 9 to include the forwarding report of the city prosecutor office so that these documents could be included and submitted to the Integrity Monitoring Enforcement Group, IMEG, for investigation.
Yeah.
Sino lang yan, Robert?
Okay, so I think that's acceptable. Were you able to get it?
Yes, Member Jimenez.
Yes.
All right, so
This is how I see it. With respect to all the evidence, to include all this forwarding report, as I mentioned, and insofar as the specimen A, B, C, and D, which should be very specific, and to make representation with the Director General of PIDEA, if it is possible that specific specimens A, B, C, and D, the subject of the chemistry examination conducted, be submitted to that body, if it's legally possible. Because should they insist that we are the only one who could have it in our possession, we cannot do otherwise. I think we lawyers, we agree on that.
subject to
If
styling.
legally possible.
Subject to styling.
Subject to stand.
Any other
Correct.
comment? Objection? There being none, jointly and severally seconded.
Last is the recommendation. Now it's the recommendation number 4 instead of 5. I think this is very important. On motion of Honorable Jerry E. Perez, as suggested by Honorable VP Elago, and duly seconded by Honorable Members Aljihan Eding, Jimmy Villaflores, Cesar Jimenez, Lilibet Nuno, Carrie John Piok, to request Her Honor, the City Mayor, to purchase the gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS, equipment for use of the Crime Laboratory, Zamboanga City Police Office, and the funding for the purpose to be included in the 2020 budget. Let me just give you a briefer, Your Honor.
Maybe 2021, because
2021, yes. One of the problems, really, the reason why PIDEA was the one who actually tested the alleged cocaine was because our police is not equipped to test cocaine. They are equipped to test, as far as I'm concerned, I heard them say this, they know how to test shabu. Of course, marijuana. But unfortunately, falta sila para saber pati el equipo para man-test kung el cocaine. Now, this to me is a very important recommendation. This is a summation of the goal of the City Council on how we will be able to help our city police in as far as their anti-drug campaign is concerned. So, por causa kay Michael, sila, Soyaligase, Ayana Pidea. That's the reason why we should support this final resolution. I move accordingly.
Well, since the budget is already prepared, no, 2021, maybe we just include 2021 supplemental.
Yes.
Baka too late to have it. Kasi takyakato ng budget.
Yeah, maganda. 2021 supplemental budget, Your Honor. You're right.
Any other comment? Objection? Chair hears none. Jointly and severally.
That concludes our report, Your Honor. We would like to thank all those who participated. Thank you very much.
Next item, Floor Leader.
Item I, unfinished business, none. Item J, business of the day, J1, letter dated October 13 of the City Mayor, respectfully endorsing the letter of the City Legal Officer, the City, relative to the memorandum of the City Mayor and the geotagging of COVID-19 positive patients along with the geotagging project budgetary program dated September 29, 2020, prepared by the Office of the City Planning and Development Coordinator. I move for its approval and authorizing the City Mayor to sign the contract of the service for the taggers for and behalf of the City Government of Zamboanga.
Comment, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Comment.
Seconding members Atilano, Juan Climaco, Piok, Jimenez, comment, Nuno, comment, member Macron.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Kaya lang yung man-clarify, Mr. Chair, no? Na este approval na pidi ka natin is the utilization of the trust fund on donations for the geotagging project of COVID-19 positive patients. So bonito el program, no? I fully support with the program, Mr. Chair. El mío lang clarification aquí regarding el utilization of the trust fund on donations. Una-una, Mr. Chair, nasabi kita, I don't know, with my colleagues, nasabi ba kita na tiyan kita pondo on this account, the trust fund on donations, and if ever tiyan kita pondo, I have no idea, Mr. Chair, si kwanto el di aton pondo na sa trust fund account, no? That is why, Mr. Chair, tormento tamen kita basta lang kita aproba without knowing si tiyan na ba este pondo, kwanto ba el laman de este pondo, Mr. Chair, no? I think pwede era kita ste aklara or contesta el mio queries, Mr. Chair, si el di aton city government through the city mayor, ya pwede era sila contestano el di aton resolution ni aproba. If you remember, tiyan yung resolution niya sa pasa, Mr. Chair, tapidi kita el listahan del mga list of donations, no? In cash and in kind. Actually, akal resolution 695 dated May 19 pakel 2020, and then I also reiterated same resolution del June 30 2020. Now, ara, Mr. Chair, October 20 kita 2020, 5 months after, no? Noy pa siyempre kanatong dali el data regarding sa mga donations. May I request, Mr. Chair, from the City Secretary, sa sige na ba kita update regarding ko na kel resolution, siya pwede ba kel India, siya na ba kontestasyon?
All of these resolutions have been transmitted, Your Honor. We have not received any response yet as of the moment.
Yeah. So after 5 months, Mr. Chair, no, ipakita kontestasyon, that is why zero knowledge as far as the trust fund on donations. I just want to seek the comment and the opinions of my dear colleagues, Mr. Chair, na mga sina situation donde tapiti kita con el aton executive important data no as to the donations. Actually, can you reiteration of the same resolution requesting for the list of donations, pero 5 months siya pasan may pakanaton siyempre dali. I don't know. Sino ba as a neophyte, no, as a new councilor, sino ba practice if ever we request data igual con este do pwede kita list of donations. Kaya ba depende ba siya kung nali aton mayor si kere sila dali el data or hindi. Basta ba kita na council pwede as a other recourse, no, for us to be informed also for information and for possible legislation igual kung nasti ara at hindi ka natin approval for the utilization kung nakel trust fund account donations, no, pero nuway kita knowledge kay may man natin man provide data. May I solicit comments and opinions, Mr. Chair, from my other colleagues.
Any other comment? Yes, there's a motion to approve and grant the authority. Any other comment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Macron.
if there is no comment from my colleagues regarding my queries, no, as a new councilor, curious lang yo, no, porque ang sina ta societe, sabi kita importante na provide kami natin information executive department para pwede kita as a bonamente di aton nakatrabaho. Now,
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt?
I am in support of the approval for the utilization of the trust fund. Pero siya lang kita approval, no, sabi kita el amount, no, el pondo kwanto kita tiene aquí. Pero may I suggest, Mr. Chair, that the same resolution si pwede kung niya lang kita subject to availability of funds, Mr. Chair.
There is obviously enough to support the requirement na kontrata, no? Maybe what we can do is we approve and grant the authority, then we reiterate again your motion asking for the details of the entire donations.
Now, we can also add, Mr. Chair, subject to availability of funds because we are not aware, Mr. Chair, si cuánto el laman de este trust fund donation, si cuánto ba yung recibe donasyon el ciudad in cash, no?
There is enough 330,000 for the geotaggers. Kasi
Yes.
there's available 330. What you want to know is how much are total donations. So what we can do, we approve and grant the authority, then we reiterate your motion asking for the total and the details of the donations made to the city.
Hindi yan, Mr. Chair. Maybe I will sponsor separate resolution na lang on next session, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so any other comment on the pending motion? Objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Next item. Member Macron, you reserve your right to present that motion in other matters or area.
Yeah, on the next session na lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Mandra pa na yun. Thank you.
Next item.
J.2, letter dated October 8 of the City Mayor, respectfully transmitting the letter of even date of the City Legal Officer, the City, relative to the land swapping of the City of Zamboanga and the Land Bank of the Philippines, respectfully recommending to the august body through the City Mayor to pass a resolution interposing no objection to the proposal that the titling of the lot, which is portion of Proclamation 69 and is present site of the Land Bank of the Philippines main branch, shall be instead be applied for the latter, so that as soon as the title shall have been issued to the LBP's name, the subject to lots owned by the LBP, which is currently used by the city as parking lot to be transferred to and legally owned by the city. I move for its approval, Mr. Chairman, interposing no objection to the proposal.
Seconding members Jimenez, Pareja, Eding, Alabar, joint team and severally seconded. Next.
J.
Yes, member Elago.
Just thoroughly, Your Honor, there is an attached, the Proclamation 69, Your Honor, which actually gives us the power over the properties in the Petit Barracks, Your Honor. There is at the end, Your Honor, at the end, the second page, Your Honor, at the last two sentences, actually, Your Honor, it says there is a specific property, there is a specific area that is assigned for Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Philippine Constabulary, the National Library. I think that is the building next to the Central Bank, the anti-TB sector, and the Philippine Red Cross. Then there is as shown and indicated in the revised plan of the Petit Barracks. Now, Your Honor, there has been a controversy with the Red Cross as to how big is the area that they should occupy. So may I ask, Your Honor, just for a resolution, for the city assessor to give us a copy, if there is an existing copy, of the revised plan of the Petit Barracks, Your Honor. Because that will be very important to know what was the original allocation of the personally, Your Honor, I have not seen it yet. So I would like to ask, Your Honor, that through the City Council, we ask for this very, very important plan, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
So
I move accordingly, Your Honor.
Any second? Seconding members Eding. Comment, objection? Seconding member, also member Umaga. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved. Next.
Mr. Chair. Comment?
Yes, member Macron, we already disposed of the matter.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, no, ya pwede uwi Colonel Diatusuban, si Member Elago, that, no, pati el document kay Regal property del area on that unoccupied is given to the Red Cross, no, based sa kina dokumento naka-attach. Igual ko sa el Diatusuban, Member Elago. And last na previous session yan kita yan open yata discussion regarding el youth hostel property. All I thought that time El Tierra Alina Red Cross, on the tan opisina el Red Cross is owned by the city government. No, hindi lang yung updated. And now I pwede yung sabi, base sa dokumento, kaya sa Galatera is given to the Red Cross by the national government, no? So, di miyo lang, Mr. Chair, going back po na sa youth hostel, talimangal sa Natera del Red Cross, I think, Mr. Chair, it is just proper na si pwede, no? Doon na lang kita ko na sa youth hostel na Red Cross. Total, taliman sa na Tierra del Red Cross. Igual lang si tadali kita school buildings na mga eskwela, no? Like for example, school buildings na construct kita na eskwela. After kita man construct, hindi naman kita sa donation paper, automatic naman sa takeda property del eskwela, del DepEd. Now, same case applies sa kina Red Cross, no, particularly as a youth hostel, kay the last ako dayo, kay Taabla el Yatun Uban, kay SA is property of the city government. So tormento naman kita tiene property the city government, plantaw na tiyera kali del Red Cross. So I think it is just about time, Mr. Chair, na para kabayan lang, Mr. Chair, dahil lang kita sa youth hostel, I think it is intended originally for the youth, no, with due respect naman kunel di aton member Nuño and member Piok, si in agreement sila, dahil lang kita si kunel, madonay lang kita si kunel Red Cross, punil lang kita condition na if ever el di aton mga youth kere usa, it will be allowed for free, no? Kung dahil mga youth, si kere man sila usa kunese na mga aktibidades naman the youth. Okay lang, Mr. Chair, I move accordingly if
there is no matter on the table. Let's just wait for the reply on the resolution of Member Elago asking for the revised plan. Then we take it from there. Next item, Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair. Hello? Mr. Chair.
Yes, we'll take it from there when we get the copy of the revised plan. Floor Leader.
Revised what? Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I said there is a resolution we passed asking for a revised plan of the Proclamation 69 from the City Assessor's Office. Once we get the reply from the City Assessor's Office, we'll take the matter. I'm sorry?
Yeah. I think that is a different matter.
No, it is related, no? It is related because the revised plan will show the meets and bounds that is exclusive for Red Cross. And that will resolve the issue related to the youth hostel.
Yeah, but that's a suggestion and that's a motion, Mr. Chair.
There is no matter on the table. No? We already disposed with the matter regarding the land bank and the corollary related resolution passed by Member Elago for the request for the revised plan. The youth hostel is not on the table right now. So can we take it up when we get a reply on the resolution of Member Elago? Next item, Floor Leader.
J.3, we already approved last Saturday during special session the MOA between the city government and the Red Cross.
Now, next item.
J.4, I move towards approval and authorizing the city mayor to sign the same for and in behalf of the city government of Zamboanga.
Any seconding members Pareha, Villa Flores, Olaso, Omaga, Piok, Hanapi, comment, objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Next.
J.5 and J.6, may we recognize Member Macrohon?
Member Macron is recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. After the inspection conducted, ay pwede namin kita lang makunel kapitan and go over some documents of the project, Mr. Chair. It seems na no man problema el project, Mr. Chair. So I move for the approval and for the authority of the mayor to represent, no? To sign the same for in behalf of the city government of Zamboanga.
Second.
For both J5 and J6?
For both, for J.5 and J.6.
Yes. Seconding members Pareha, Dalipe, Hanapi, Valesco, Juan Climaco, Elago, Piok, Villa Flores, Alavar, Omaga, Olaso. Comment? Member Menes. Separate resolutions for both. Yes. Nuño also seconding. Any other comment? Objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, I have one recommendation.
On what?
I just want to seek legal opinion, Mr. Chair, address to City Legal Office regarding este mga project na subject to style, regarding sa mga project tan refer ka naton for approval kay itan charges and a lump sum. I just want to seek the legal opinion and comment from the City Legal Office. If it is possible to repair those projects that will be charged under lump sum appropriations before the conduct of appropriate bidding, not after. Kasi kita liga ka naton para aproba kanya contractor, no? So I think it is just like it is proper. Igual lang sa budget, sa aproba kita budget, akil mga specific approval lang kita pero liga na bidding na masya kita alya, no? So si pwede ka tamen extension ng mga lump sum, i-approve man kita sa during budget appropriation ordinance, but on a lump sum account. So si pwede imbiya ka naton for approval before anay sila, usa sila kung nasa lump sum account, kole, for specific project, pwede ka naton approval before sila ASL bidding kung nasa particular project, not after. I just want to seek the legal opinion and comment, Mr. Chair of the Legal Office. I move accordingly, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion from Member Macrohon to request for an opinion from the City Legal if it's possible that lump sum appropriations be endorsed to Sanggunian prior to the conduct of the bidding. Kung magana ipa-kontrata. Any second?
Your Honor, I have
Any
to...
second first? Any second? There being no second, the motion is killed. Next. Are you seconding, Member Alabar? Member Alabar is seconding. Any comment?
Your Honor, we have to object, Your Honor, with due consideration to Councilor Macrohon, Your Honor. The basis for us to approve is the contract that was awarded to a certain specific contractor to do a project. If we will do the approval before bidding, there is no contract, there is no winning bid, there is no project approved, and there is no contractor. So, mas illegal yung at elkeda kontra kosa kita ta si Ara. Second, this is a procedure laid down by law. So, if you want that, I think we will have to address our resolution to the two congressmen representing Zamboanga City to amend the Procurement Act.
Well, anyway, yes, Member Jimenez.
Just direct reaction, Mr. Chair.
Member Jimenez first, then you can react to get joint na
With
lang.
due respect to Member Macron, Mr. Chairman, that's why I have been very consistent on my stand on the matter. Approving a contract is different from the grant of the authority for the mayor to sign the contract. Those are two different things. Because if it is forwarded to us for the grant of the authority to honor the mayor to sign for reasons that the source of the appropriation is coming from a lump sum amount, then the Kisumbing-Garcia doctrine applies. And so we only grant the authority. We do not approve the project because the approval of the project based on the government procurement law is made by the procuring entity, Mr. Chairman. Because if it's for us to approve the project, oh my God, we will be the one now to say how much is the project, when it should commence. And we cannot do that because that's provided under the law. That's why I have been very consistent on this position. So there is no harm if that resolution was properly seconded, but I have my reservations on the matter. I cannot support it, Mr. Chairman, as a lawyer. Thank you.
Any other comment? Yes, Member Villaflores.
Mr.
Yes, Member Macron first. Sige.
Yes, dos bilog man actually kung sa tapili ka natin na case, itang refer sa kanaton for approval, no, kayang charge na lump sum. First is the approval of the sanggunian for that every specific project. First, approval of that specific project. And second is the authority of the mayor to enter into contract. Okay, those klase. Now, el mayor lang, Mr. Chair, ikaw lang sa approve kita budget during appropriation ordinance. When we approve the budget, specific yung mga projects alya, automatic no? Liga na implementation, si mayor, hindi yan tabira ka natin ulit. Kasi lang ang bidding, and then automatic si mayor na enter into contract ya. No? Now, akiara, si refer pa ka natin, kanya contractor, and then approve kita, as if even public bidding, no, conduct the public bidding, somehow indirectly, dole kaya kita approval regarding that. So, then detailed kasi el trabaho del bidding process. Por eso hindi kita kaya man-review kung nese every single details kung nese. Por eso I am thinking, si pwede, before pal bidding, approve ya kita. Igual lang kung approval tadali kita, sita approve kita budget. Now, I think there's no harm with the resolution, Mr. Chair, kaya pili lang kita legal opinion and comment na di atong city legal office. Thank you very much.
Any other comment? Member Villo Flores. Gracias. Este procedure, Mr. Chair, hindi lang kita lang si ase, but lay I just cannot pwede habla si Onde, but most like this is in the procurement law, no? The procurement act na tali ese. Nung pwede kita man reverse, baka areka natin LCT legal, because this has been not only a practice but procedure under the law since time immemorial, Mr. Chair. No one from the previous members of the council tried to pass this kind of resolution. Just to us. Anyway, pwede lang man ko ng city legal, but kita si mismo sabi kay hindi sa basta-basta abla kambya lang el procedure, okay? But I still respect the resolution lang. Just a comment. This is charge na lump sum el taliga ka natin aki. Aprobaw ya el lump sum na annual budget di aton. Asi daglaro na annual budget tali man sa lump sum. So under that Kisumbing Garcia case, yabla kay nisisita after el bidding kung ken man award el kontrata libaki para dali kita autoridad kunal mayor para entrale el kontrata, firmale el kontrata del city government pati con el contractor. In the annual budget, we approve everything. Tiyan nila na annual budget, approve kita specific ese projects. For example lang, construction of school building, 8-story, 8-classroom school buildings. Talisan na annual budget, i-approve kita con ese. Pero, cuando man bidding ese, gana el contractor, ken si contractor, el kontrata hindi na taginda ka naton. Hindi na taginda ka naton kontrata. What is taginda ka naton? Akal charge to lump sum. So, debe, si Kerry, kita question ako na kanda lump sum, we might as well question na, akal mga ken, pwede aproba na budget, o i-check the budget, yun sila, slope protection, STL, kantidad. Apenas si approval budget, na implementation de ese, mambidding se. Apenas si mambidding, hindi na si taginda kontrata ka naton. Because from the very start, bota kita a pabor con ese project y también con ese amount. So, with all due respect, Member Macron, I cannot, Mr. Chair, kaya baka abla natin City Legal Office na sabi mo pwede porque pa nisisita. Kung papati di Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any other comment? What's the point of order?
I hope matters cannot be entertained by the distinguished chairman unless there is a motion.
It is related of the lump sum appropriation for the two items. I will allow it.
Yeah, okay, but to my mind, so we will not get of tangent on the discussion, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Since we just approved the lump sum appropriations, the two items in the budget, I will allow it. For those who are aware of existing law and regulations, I'm sure you know what the reply of the city legal will be. But for those who want to be educated, since that is a request for a legal opinion, I will allow it. And let the city legal educate those who are uninformed. Any other comment?
Your Honor, we cannot pass that kind of resolution, Your Honor. It's out of order, Your Honor.
It is a request for opinion. I will allow it.
Yes, but the request for the opinion, the subject matter of which we already know.
Well,
what
for
is
us
the-
lawyers, we know, but there may be non-lawyers who want to be educated. I will allow the city legal to educate those and
Your
those who are
Honor,
not aware.
Put it on record, Your Honor, that I am asking for the presiding officer to declare the motion as out of order, Your Honor.
It's duly noted, but I will allow it. Any other comment? Objection? There, nominal.
On the motion of the Honorable Senito Macrohon to request for the opinion of the city legal officer whether it is possible to refer the projects to the Sangguniang Panlungsod prior to the conduct of the appropriate bidding, seconded by the Honorable Miguel Alavar. Nominal voting now. Honorable Alavar seconded the motion. Honorable Atilano abstained. Honorable De La Cruz voted in favor. Honorable Dalipe voted in favor. Honorable Eding abstained. Honorable Elago II voted against. Honorable Vincent Paul Elago abstained. Honorable Benjamin Gingola IV.
For the information of other members, support. Favor. For the information of other members, in favor.
What is the vote of His Honor?
Favor, in favor.
Hindi, sa klaro. Not
In
clear.
favor.
Honorable Gingola IV voted in favor. Honorable Hanapi abstained. Honorable Jimenez voted against. Honorable Macrohon is the movant. Honorable Nuño.
In favor.
Honorable Nuño voted in favor. Honorable Olaso.
In favor.
Honorable Olaso voted in favor. Honorable Olmaga.
Against.
Honorable Olmaga voted against. Honorable Pareja. Honorable Pareja voted against. Honorable Piok. Honorable Piok voted in favor. Honorable Valesco Jr.
As suggested by our presiding officer and voted in favor.
Honorable
What
Valesco
suggestion did I
Jr.
make? I did
voted
not-
in favor.
For those who need to be educated, they get the legal opinion from the city legal.
Honorable Villaflores. Honorable Presiding Officer, 9 members voted in favor, 5 against, with 4 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Next item, floor leader.
Item K, Mr. Chairman, new business, K1, proposed or resolution of Honorable Kari Jan of Piok. Member Piok.
Medyo tagal kami.
Member Piok.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This first resolution, Mr. Chair, is pertaining with the concern of the youth. The state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and thus promotes and protects their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being, inculcates in them patriotism, nationalism, and other desirable values, and encourages them involvement in public and civic affairs. The idea of establishing a youth development desk in the barangay is to create a system or mechanism for all youth to have direct source to a free and quality information relative to the development programs and concepts of the youth. Since communication and information were recognized as an tool towards nation building, I firmly stand that youth information also plays a crucial part or crucial role in assisting young people in identify and evaluate reliable information in order to create a systematic and effective roadmap. This called the participation of all barangay officials and the Sangguniang Kabataan officials. Now therefore, Mr. Chair, I would like to pass a resolution earnestly requesting the barangay officials and the Sangguniang Kabataan officials in the city to establish youth development desk in their individual barangay. I will move accordingly, Mr. Chair.
Seconding, jointly and severally, second. Yes, comment.
Chairman, in fact, earlier I asked the distinguished member Pio whether this idea of establishing a youth development desk in the barangay was discussed in the federation level.
Sir, during our federation meeting, discuss kami. Pero noy lang kami man come up with a resolution as a body.
So that is better. It is because of a resolution adopted. But there is no resolution.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That would be one of the whereas clauses, Your Honor, please.
Okay.
Any other comment? Jointly and severally seconded. Next item.
Next, Mr. Chair, government offices in the city are facing administrative lapses due to lack of shortage of personal staff, and the need of immediately fill up these vacancies should be among the paramount consideration of the city government of Zamboanga. As one of the moment, as of now, of the 23 government offices in the cities, there are 263 vacant positions. It's based on the plantilla na yan, sumete ka naton para man-check kita kung na the aton budget for 2021. Office of the City Treasurer, Office of the City Mayor, Office of the City Administrator for operation of public markets, slaughterhouse, and transport system, City Health Office, and Office of the City Environment and Natural Resources are among the offices with the most number of vacancies. Some offices are in a critical situation in terms of the discharge of its duties and functions due to lack of personal staff in government offices. Considering as well as the demand for the public services due to the current situation brought out by COVID-19 pandemic in the city. Filling up vacancies will not only address the manning and personal concern of the local government because it will also create opportunities and chances for those aspiring public servants. As of now, Mr. Chair, no channel data galing from City Health Office na nakita 14 health centers na may midwife na barangay sa Mr. Chair and 1 nurse na Ayala District. So, arat ako pa syempre, pandemya dahil COVID aki na di aton. And for the implementation ng Tamendal DOH together with the City Health Office, kunaw di aton vaccine para kunaw di aton mga hobinsita nung kunaw di aton mga bata. So, might probably baka kedaste delay or might na middle pwede sa okuri no chene ko sa okuri delays para kuno di aton implementation di aton mga kuno di aton mga programa di aton health among all tamen Mr. Chair no na OCNR necesita tamen get kita personajes kay sila ta limpia no sila ta kolekta mga kosa tausa aura na di aton COVID. So that's the initiative, Mr. Chair. We're not demanding but it is a soft request lang tamen no para pwede kita no ay delays na mga kanya-kanyang offices and other things, Mr. Chair. I move accordingly, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Second, jointly and severally second.
I'm not participating. I have my reason.
For the vacancies, except for Member Jimenez? Not participating, it's joint.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, K.2, proposed resolution
Member
of Honorable
Pareha.
Josephine Ipareha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a resolution of commendation to the entire workforce of the Zamboanga City Jail Female Dormitory, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology led by Jail Senior Inspector April Joy Bueco for having been declared and certified as a drug-free jail facility by the Oversight Committee. Whereas Section 4A, Rule 4 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of the Memorandum of Agreement between the BJMP and the PIDEA provides for the conditions in declaring drug-cleared and drug-free BJMP jail facilities. Whereas the above stated provision provides for the following conditions in declaring the drug-free jail facility, absence of a drug personalities on the jail facilities from the drug watch list, absence of a drug users and other illegal acts, drug paraphernalia, and other substance defined in the Presidential Decree 1619 during the conduct of search and seizure operations in jail facilities for 3 consecutive months, and the conduct of advocacy campaign and symposium on the jail facility. Whereas, after having satisfactorily complied with the parameters set forth, the Zamboanga City Jail Female Dormitory was issued a certificate of drug-free jail facility by the Oversight Committee chaired by the Regional Director of the PIDEA, Dr. Emerson Margate, last August 25, 2020. Now therefore be it resolved as it hereby resolved to commend the entire workforce of the Zamboanga City Jail Female Dormitory, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, led by the Jail Senior Inspector April Joy Bueco, for having been declared and certified as a drug-free jail facility by the Oversight Committee. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Seconding, members Villaflores, Felipe, Atilano,
Umaga.
Vincent Paul Elago de la Cruz, Hanapi, Piop, Eding Alabar, Umaga, Alaso, Nuno. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved. Next.
K.3, letter dated October 16, 2020, respectfully transmitting the first endorsement dated October 15, 2020 of the City Legal Officer, the City, referring and transmitting for information and appropriate action the letter of the Punong Barangay of Giwan relative to the housing and population census, which purported included residents of Barangay Giwan in Barangay Tumaga, the City, as stipulated under the approved City Ordinance Number 523 dated March 19, 2020, entitled An Ordinance Delineating the Territorial Boundaries of the 98 component barangays of the City of Zamboanga, appropriating budget therefore and for other related purposes for appropriate action. Move to refer to the Barangay Affairs and Philippine Statistics Authority.
Referred to the what committee? Floor leader?
Yes.
Referred to the Barangay Affairs?
Yes.
And then we pass another resolution addressed to PSA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move accordingly.
Any second? Seconding, members Pareja, Piop, Olaso, Nuno, De La Cruz, Hanapi. Comment, objection. One Climaco Elago and Vincent Colago also seconding. There being none, the same is hereby approved. Next item.
Last one, K.4, an ordinance regulating the establishment, construction, operation, and proliferation of ports, wharves, piers, fish, and or beach landings, finger, mini wharves, shipyards, and other similar structures in Zamboanga City, providing penalties for violations thereof, and for other related purposes. Authors, Honorable Josephine Pareja, Honorable Jimmy Villaflores, Honorable Cesar Jimenez, Honorable Aljian R. Eding. For first reading, next session, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
First reading?
Next session.
Next session. Huh? Member Pareja.
We asked that to be part of the agenda under the new business, Mr. Chair, because this ordinance originally, we already filed this before the committee and we had conducted already the first committee hearing. But during the committee hearing, the good legal attorney from the legal office, they introduced amendments, and they introduced other provisions to that effect na as if na overhaul yung buong ordinansa, Mr. Chair. That's why my intention really was to, per advice of our good presiding officer, to submit it before the committee as a substitute ordinance. But according to our colleague also, it's better na submit it, submit it for first reading, no? So I do not know that the pleasure of the body, but we already introduced ordinance for that matter, Mr. Chair, and depende sa body kung
Member
anong
Jimenez.
pleasure.
It's very clear, Mr. Chairman, that this proposed ordinance now is the product of a committee hearing conducted already. In effect, this proposed ordinance, of which the City Legal Office was asked to put it in writing, would expand or becomes a more comprehensive ordinance as what is already being heard in the committee. So I think the best that we could do is not to approve it on first reading, but to refer this to the committee, directly to the committee on ordinance and resolutions already. That is best already that we can do. Because it's not being introduced as a ordinance, but this is already a product where the City Legal Office was requested already by the committee to do, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Member Lago.
Second.
Your Honor, I follow the thinking of Councilor Jimenez, Your Honor, that once, even if you have, let's say, like we have 2 or 3 similar ordinances, proposed ordinances were filed, then during the committee hearing, by discussion, agreement, by consensus, certain provisions were totally taken out, new provisions were placed in, revising the entire committee, Your Honor. That product, Your Honor, is the product of the committee of the ordinance, Your Honor. That is the product of the committee report. Meaning, if everything was already in place, they already agreed, tell that on committee, part of the committee report will be here to Your Honor is the new, revised, it's not new, revised ordinance, and it will bear the same
number.
Number that was originally when it was filed. And when it comes now to the plenary, it is now out for the plenary to, we have what you call the second hearing, that is where certain amendatory provisions are maybe taken out or maybe expanded, whatever. And during the second hearing, Your Honor, once everybody is satisfied, we approve it on second reading. So there is no need for that document to go back to step 1, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
This is a product of the parliamentary process, Your Honor.
Yes, we will refer it to the
I move,
committee
Mr.
on
Chairman, I
ordinance
move
and
accordingly.
resolution.
To refer to the committee on ordinances.
Referred to the Committee on Ordinance. And anong committee pa yun, Tin?
Is in order.
The same committees, no? Several committees on the matter. Next item.
Other matters.
Other matters. Member Macrohon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tene.
Uno lang din yung resolution, Mr. Chair. Ayer, Emedia carta ya puede recibir, no? From the regional prosecutor, Dennis F. Araujo. El contenido, Mr. Chair, is the Regional Office Order number 25, series of 2020, addressed to Attorney Romel C. Cudal and can copy furnished namin kumigo. The subject, Mr. Chair, is designation as City Prosecutor of Zamboanga City to conduct the preliminary investigation on NPS docket number 906 INV 28-00309 entitled Quinitos Food Service Incorporated, represented by Allen Yugo versus Osalito Litlit Macrohon for libel, Article 355 R PC in relation to RA number 10175 in violation of Section 6F of RA number 11469 or the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. In the exigency of the prosecution service and pursuant to the authority of the undersigned under Section 7, Paragraph E of the Republic Act number 10071 and acting on the first endorsement dated October 6, 2020 of Attorney Ricardo G. Cabaron, City Prosecutor of Zamboanga City, in relation to the letter dated October 5, 2020 of Attorney Lynette P. Atilano, Associate City Prosecutor of Zamboanga City, inhibiting himself and his assistants from conducting the preliminary investigation on NPS docket number 906 INV 20H00309 entitled Tinitos Food Service Incorporated, represented by Allen Yugo versus Osalito Litlit Macrohon for libel, Article 355 NPC RPC in relation to RA number 10175 and violation of Section 6F of RA number 11469 or the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. You are hereby designated as acting officer of the Zamboanga City in said NPS docket number to conduct the preliminary investigation of the case and to resolve the same based on the factual and legal issues obtaining during the investigation and if evidence warrants to file the appropriate information in the court for strict compliance dated October 13 as Mr. Chair, RCBO, ayer. This is in connection, I think, no? Si takorda kita, yan naman yung pwede receive copy del purchase order of Tinitos, donde I even post tamen na Facebook tan question nyo, tan seek you for clarification and explanations porque el presyo is 360 pesos kada food pack, no? And then, after having posted na Facebook, espera yung clarifications or public announcements from the supplier or even from City Hall, no iban kita yan kung ese contestasyon, por eso I request you for committee hearing, no, for clarification. Dali kita time era para...
What's the parliamentary inquiry, Member Elago?
Yan era...
Meron ako under sa parliamentary inquiry.
Yes,
Your
yes.
Honor, there appears to be, from the presentation of this Councilor Macron, a criminal case of libel filed against him personally. One, Your Honor, we have no involvement in that. And we cannot, Your Honor, I'm reading the proposed resolution, we cannot as now that Mr. Councilor Macron is under a case, he cannot now use the City Council, Your Honor, to procure documents that will prove his innocence, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but you have a case, you have to get personally from the government all these documents, Your Honor, because your stand here is that there is no libel because you just pasted whatsoever, Your Honor, and that is for the judge to determine whether or not there is a criminal intent or there is a criminal case, Your Honor, or whether you are liable. But for us, Your Honor, to get all the documents so that you can use these documents in your defense, I think, Your Honor, this is out of order, Your Honor. This is sub judice already, Your Honor. There is already a case before the Office of the Prosecutor. The City Council cannot be made part of the defense, Your Honor.
Member De La Cruz, you're raising your hand.
Mr. Chair, yes, I
Member De La
direct
Cruz?
Mr. Chair.
No more. Member Pareja, then Jimenez.
Mr. Chair, I'm quite confused, no? Because I received this kind of paper here, any resolution. In this resolution, in aid of possible legislation, but the presentation of the good councilor, authoral purpose, Mr. Chair. That's why I'm asking our councilors, colleagues, that once we pass a resolution, please indicate here the explanations. Kasi nung sabi kita ko sa purpose, dito ang ganda ng purpose. Pero pagdating doon, personal pala yung purpose. We have other resolutions submitted before us. So tapi di kita no, LD aton mga uban tamen, Mr. Chair, with our good presiding officer. So please state the reasons no for these resolutions para sabi tamen kita ko sa purpose deste. And we notice we have resolutions here on the table, Mr. Chair. Not even one explanation, wala dito. So I do not know, Mr. Chair, how we can discuss these things. And now, yes, ang purpose dito sa resolution in aid of legislation. But in truth, that is for personal use, Mr. Chair. So I hope you can look into this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Member Jimenez.
I sympathize with the predicament of Member Macron, but I would like to put it on record, Mr. Chairman, that being the respondent now in a complaint pending with the Department of Justice, with all due respect, do not use the Sangguniang Panlunsod to request for the production of these documents. We are not the instrument for the production of those documents. For us to request now, Her Honor the Mayor, I think the resolution in itself, to my mind, Mr. Chairman, is really ultra-virus. I don't know. But please do not use us, because even if we have the numbers, this matter is pending now with the office of the city prosecutor. That's why it's being endorsed to another office. The best that could be done by the distinguished gentleman from San Roque is for himself, through his counsel, to make the request to the office concerned, Mr. Chairman. Or even make a motion filed with the city of the prosecutor, investigating officer, to address this matter, Mr. Chairman, but not please use this Sangguniang. Thank you.
Any other comment?
Yeah.
Member
Mr.
Macron?
Ay taintindi yung Mr. Chair kung di aton mga uban. Hindi yung tausa ko di aton konseyo lokal for private purpose, Mr. Chair, no? Hindi yung for sa kanila sila suporta, no? They have all the right to object ta respeto yung Mr. Chair. And kaya lang yung Mr. Chair kay ese kaso and file kumigo is a libel. And libel is separate na di aton resolution, no? And resolution is pidi lang kita dokumento. If the mayor resolution, Mr. Chair, a resolution respectfully requesting Her Honor the Mayor to furnish the City Council all public documents related to all transactions of Tinitos Food Service Incorporated for the calendar year 2018, 2019, 2020 with the city government of Zamboanga or to any of its department and sub-offices, to include copy of business permit, application, and assessment form for information and in aid of possible legislations, Mr. Chair. So it accord ustedes, tiyan kita ongoing committee hearing, iakal committee hearing, nuay pakil man adjourn, yan recess lang kita, for causa nuay ganay abuya, LD aton mga invited resource person from City Hall, inuay tamen abuya, LD aton mismo supplier para pwede man clarify. So I think these documents, Mr. Chair, considering these are all public documents, we have all the rights to request, no? Tiene man kaso o noy man kaso, because it is public documents, to be transparent, nisita, dali kita sa mira, kung dahil publiko, no? Importante naman sa Mr. Chair, as we continue the deliberations on the committee, and el purpose del committee hearing is not about libel. It is on the clarification, no, on the price, and on the clarification also regarding the conflict of interest, no, of the supplier. So it's otro storya el case del libel, Mr. Chair, and I think after el committee hearing, there are recommendations that will be submitted also by the committee. These documents will be very helpful, Mr. Chair, in coming up with the proper and very commendable recommendation to the City Mayor, Mr. Chair.
Member Jimenez.
I think the distinguished members of the council would agree that in arguing for the request of these documents, the distinguished member Macrohon premised his approach for this matter, this requested documents, and cited the case that filed against him as a result of a post made in his account. So it's very clear where it will be used, Mr. Chairman. And for us now, because that is his premise, it's very clear, please. So for us to vote in favor, I hope I will not be charged for conspiracy here. We may be liable if we vote in favor, exposing ourselves, even at least for administrative liability. Oh my God, please. I will vote against. Simply, my interest is protected. I'm not, with all due respect, I know the distinguished members of this council, they have their wisdom, they have their experience, they have their knowledge. For us to vote in favor, shall we expose ourselves to conspiracy here in the case of libel, that we are in total support, showing a total support in what was allegedly posted? That's why we are requesting this document, and these documents to be used in the complaint filed against Member Macron. So to my mind, the best that could be done, Member Macron has his lawyers to do that. Make a request, please, with these officers concerned for the production of these documents, but not through a resolution of this council, wherein initially the resolution was clearly and manifestly premised that the production of this is to be used in relation to this pending complaint. Oh, come on, please. Let's be honorable.
Any other comment? Any other?
Mr. Chair, if I may ask, was the motion duly seconded?
There is no second yet. Any second to the motion of Member Macrohon? Any second? Seconding Member De La Cruz. Yes, Member Lago.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I have to ask for the second time, Your Honor, that we cannot, with due conscience, Your Honor, vote and have this as a resolution of the City Council, Your Honor. We are undermining our credibility in integrity, and we are undermining the members of the different council members, Your Honor. So, I beg Your Honor, this resolution be declared as out of order, Your Honor.
Member Macrohon, prior to the filing of this proposed resolution in the council today, has your council already tried to request for these copies from the officers concerned?
Actually, Mr. Chair, and nasabi si man consider ya ba yung case as of the moment because may papangyarisin kayo tel complaint, no? This letter, yes, yan copy furnish lang sa kumigo, Mr. Chair. De acordo kami aquel cuando yan file taman kumigo case si Ma'am Lolita Chua, the owner of TV11. On that case, Mr. Chair, when you receive any document, maskin copy furnish, yan dismiss lang dayon el kaso, no? Nasinayaga siguro si Tasikitel di aton trabaho, takabaya ka naton man file. Nakaligaw man file tamin kumigo el 5MJ, o baka man file tamin kumigo el Roel Can, or even el mga contractors del isolation projects at Ecozone will be also filing a case against me, pero that's part of the job, Mr. Chair, dahil lang kita trabaho. So as of the moment, Mr. Chair, I don't think so I yung kaso because I did not receive personally the complaint. Nasabi ko sa basis test the complaint, Mr. Chair. Ano yung details del complaint. So I don't know if this will be dismissed naman tamis Mr. Chair, kay actually el libel case is more on siguro baka el post di miyo na Facebook. It has nothing to do with the documents, and I don't think so those documents that I will be requesting from the city mayor, that documents will be used, no, in my defense for libel. Nuay man yung ko sa abla malo alya, pregunta lang yun, madaling man explain for 360. So I don't think so these documents that I am requesting will be used by me in defense, no, to the libel case, Mr. Chair, just for information and in aid of legislation, Mr. Chair. No personal laki.
Well, Mr. Macrohon, the introduction of our manifestation shows the purpose of the filing of the resolution. So, the statement in the proposed resolution that it is in aid of possible legislation is actually misleading on our part, because the moment you started your manifestation, you presented to us that there is a pending case in the Department of Justice. And it would appear to the chair now that it was not actually truthful on your part in the proposed resolution to state that it is in aid of legislation. So if I may just appeal to you to do it on your own instead of dragging the entire Sanggunian in what would appear to me as a personal concern, no, which is shown by your manifestation earlier. So I would like to appeal if you will just withdraw your motion and do it on your own personally instead of dragging the entire Sanggunian. I will not allow the Sanggunian to be used in the private concerns you are involved in pending with the Department of Justice.
Mr. Chair, I just want to know from our presiding officer, is the request for public documents not appropriate or improper? Hindi ba kita tapos na PD dokumento, public documents na City Hall for transactions like this, no, with the Chinitos? And I think my purpose, no, when I stipulated in my resolution for information and in aid of legislations is just proper, Mr. Chair, because these documents will clarify the public. This can also be of bigger help with the committee. No, later on, we will continue the committee hearing with regard to the transaction of Chinitos in making our recommendations. Because baka hindi atamin abuya el aton supplier, hindi atamin abuya el aton mga department heads. So based on yan ang mga documents, Mr. Chair, alya kita sa el aton, alya kita man based on whatever recommendations that we will be going.
Well, as a general rule, request for information is allowed, but when the proponent does not show candor, no, in his proposed resolution, stating for the record that is in aid of legislation, when the truth of the matter is, as indicated by his lengthy manifestation on what transpired at the Department of Justice, the chair cannot allow such motion to the chair cannot allow the entire Sangguniang to be dragged into the matter. So the chair rules the motion out of order.
Okay.
Next item, Vincent Paul Elago.
Okay.
Your Honor, this resolution is passed by Honorable Jerry Perez and yours truly. A resolution of thanks and gratitude to Permex Producer and Exporter Corporation for allowing the Philippine Drug Enforcer Agency to use their facilities for the conduct of the destruction of 19 million pesos worth of dangerous drugs, covering the confiscation in the entire Zamboanga region from the year 2018 to 2019, which concluded on October 15, 2020. I move accordingly.
Second.
Seconding, yes, comment, Member Pareha. Secretary, take note of those seconding.
I co-sponsor this resolution, Mr. Chair. We have to include in the resolution, Mr. Chair, of commendation, 3 times na tayo nagkaroon ng distraction sa using Permex boiler, Mr. Chair, no? And with that 3 times, siguro it's time to commend and give a resolution of thanks and gratitude to Permex, but we have to include in the resolution other distractions being made, the amount of drugs, no, na na-destroy doon mismo sa boiler ng Permex, and other informations we could get it from the PDEA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Jimenez.
Mr. Chairman, the selection of Permex Producer and Exporter Corporation, as what Member Pareha was telling, this is the 3rd time already. How was this done?
Huh?
Who made the choice that this corporation will be the one to undertake the destruction of this millions worth of dangerous drugs? Do we have the result of the destruction that I would give Permex Producer express our thanks and gratitude? Was that official?
Yes.
We have to be very careful here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, I have been the lawyer of this corporation for 26 years. But now I'm no longer the lawyer because it's under a new administration. But for its boiler to be used to destroy evidence, illegal drugs, I'm just wondering how come Permex was the one chosen for the 3rd time already? And how sure are we in the destruction of these millions worth of dangerous drugs? Reports are being made because I don't see any report attached to this proposed resolution. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
May I?
Because if we do not know what happened, I cannot support the resolution, Mr. Chairman, unless I hear something from my...
Yes, Your Honor, for the information of my colleagues, this event is actually undertaken by PDEA, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Now, from what I understand, since I just assumed that the chairman of the Committee on Peace and Order, and this is in fact the first time that I was invited to such event. For your information, this was witnessed by a member of our local court, witnessed by city councilors. I, as the chairman of the Committee on Peace and Order, Councilor Jerry Perez, as the committee from the Committee on Peace on Anti-Drug, Illegal Drug, and of course Councilor Pinpin Pareha and Councilor Jimmy Villaflores were there, as well as representative of the city mayor was also there. Your Honor, from what I gathered when I asked, this is supposed to be a simultaneous event. This is a national event as mandated by our president, that he wants all the drugs, those that were already confiscated, those that were already recorded, not to be stopped and instead burned. During that procedure, Your Honor, not only shabu were burned, but also other ingredients in the making of shabu, as well as marijuana. The amount, if I'm not mistaken, is 19 million pesos worth. That's the reason why Councilor Jerry Perez, having also witnessed it for the first time, called me and requested also that we pass a resolution jointly, the Peace and Order Committee as well as the Committee on Anti-Drugs, Illegal Drugs, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, member.
may I? This is drugs confiscated coming from the entire Sambasulta region
Yes, Your Honor.
for the years 2018 to 2019.
Yes, Your Honor.
So officially, we do not know what are these drugs that were destroyed,
We have,
burned
okay.
through the boiling facility of Permex. What are these cases involved wherein these confiscated items were destroyed? Where is now the official result of the activity done?
Your Honor,
Destroying this
let me just answer.
Sambasulta region confiscated drugs.
Your Honor.
If you have,
Okay,
please
sorry.
share it with me. So we
Yes.
will be properly
Actually, we have a
guided.
copy.
Because, let me finish.
Okay.
Because we are not officially informed, Mr. Chairman, of the result of this. Unless you have copies, I have not been shared of those copies.
We were, may I answer, Your Honor? May I answer?
Yeah, please.
We were actually furnished during the program a breakdown of the types of drugs that were going to be disposed properly using the facility of Permex. Now, I am not sure why Permex, as you were earlier querying, but from what I understand, they have an adequate system that could actually dispose it and without any emission, harmful emission, Your Honor. That's the reason why this was done in Permex. And based on what I heard there, this is not only the first time that Permex handled it. The other burning of disposal of drugs were also done in Permex. Now, the nature of this resolution is really to thank Permex, because Permex has been quite supportive of the objective of our national government to make sure that the drugs will be disposed. So if you try to try to read it, the objective really is just to thank. But in as far as the other queries that you've cited concerning the breakdown, concerning the composition, the number, the amount, we can furnish that to you, Your Honor, because we have records of it. We were all given a program and the record of the composition of the drugs that were burned. And no less than Judge Bangsadja was the guest speaker and was the witness to this, the main witness of this activity, Your Honor.
Member Villa Flores, then pareho.
Chair Olaso.
This is the third time and done by the Permix because of their boiler, the capacity and everything. El procedure, yung man witness, puwera ko ng mga councilors, but no less than one of the fiscal Maravilla was there. Judge Bangsadja of Branch 33, who also handle cases of drugs. Todo kel mga confiscated items, amo yakel mga confiscated items, yakel the exhibit, then later on, tiyan yung mga conviction niya. Either, tiyan yung conviction, precisely, those exhibits no longer needed in the court. So the order of the President is to destroy all those confiscated illegal drugs to avoid a possible circulation of the same. Usa otra vez. So, kema. Okay. I was with Mr. Jedrick Yap of Permex. It's under the new administration. I asked him the same question raised by Member Jimenez. Kimodose, alam pala, PIDEA officially requested by way of letter, si pwede kami kema na di ila kan. Después, aquel gali carta del PIDEA is mangkors gali na DNR EMB. It's actually the EMB DNR recommended esa el permix because el permix una que ellos Kenya pasa el air pollution kasi it's dangerous this dangerous drug pasa to mga 4 procedure sa lesel umo filter jase and its permix Kenya pasa. The permix management could have been denied the request. ¿Por qué mo nyo manda? But because the management under Mr. Yap, Jedrick Yap, of which a guy, somebody that I salute, alam pala, yes, I am offering my facilities. Now, question, they have some contracts, no I. But, recommendation ng EMB and request by PIDEA that makes official kay Alia Kema with the recommendation of EMB DNR. So, with the presence of Judge Bangsadya, Fiscal Maravillas there, todo kita conforme. Before Kema-L drugs, by the way, before Kema-L mga illegal drugs, an actual testing is done there. To make it sure that what they're burning, distracting, are not sugar, of course. Natin, kasi China testing, actual testing. Actual testing. Right, actual testing, China that, right, before kan, I have some pictures I supposed to kapati video Chene para asigurang ayakema hindi sugar todo kel illegal drugs, okay? So illegal drugs todo, especially cases that are already closed, either convicted el mga suspects, so yakema lang kuno to avoid the possible circulation. That's the explanation of PIDEA, Mr. Chair. So ansina lang, I think the query of Member Jimenez is good, at least pwede kita man inform na todo kung sa esteta kema pati ko sa mga procedure na sige. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In addition, Mr. Chair, that's why we want to give a resolution of thanks and gratitude to Permex that despite the expenses incurred by the company, no? Sindi pa lang kel boiler, Mr. Chair, grande el gasto del company. But despite of that, tali el Permex, no, tamanda ka naton pre-style issue boiler para kema konese mga illegal drugs. Correctly stated by Councilor Jimmy Villaflores, Mr. Chair, and this is the third time, that's why we want this resolution. Just to inform the body, Mr. Chair, before the burning or the destruction being done to the illegal drugs, el mismo chief engineer del planta can explain, Mr. Chair, el heat level, no, del boiler. Para no ay gayod ni un pedacito, no, na droga keda. Tan explain sila, no, cosa kel di ila boiler, cosa pakilaya de ben caliente el boiler, para que magad todo. So they explain before the burning proper. And everything, Mr. Chair, including the tapete. No, Councilor Jim? Pati yung lahat ng table cover. Lahat yun, Mr. Chair, na ginamit sa testing ng drugs, lahat yun sinama doon sa boiler. So, I think, Mr. Chair, the resolution is proper, and I would like to thank also the chairman of the Committee on Anti-Drugs and Peace and Order for this resolution, Mr. Chair. And I want to co-sponsor this.
Mr. Chair, just want to ask Member Jimenez, during your time as the attorney of that company, tapagabal gobyerno or libre lang?
That did not happen during my time. Lately lang siya. Lately lang. I just want to put on record that in passing this resolution, Permex is absolved of any liability.
Of course.
Should the destruction turn out to be not in order? What do we know? Are we in effect doing this? Tira-tira sa kada. So, I will support the motion. And it is impliedly included in this motion, in this resolution, that the corporation is absolved of any liability in the conduct of the burning and destruction of all this. Yes, because what if something happens aray resulta siya na investigasyon sinikali hindi amo o kosa nakanodo kitara kahit thanks siya kita in gratitude. In effect, it might not be reflected in the resolution itself, but I will feel that should be there and it should be on record at least.
Your Honor,
Just comment, Mr. Chair.
is that a suggestion for amendment to inclusion in the resolution that I'm passing?
No, we will not allow that.
Yes, because, Your Honor, if we say that, it is as if we are already suspecting or questioning the credibility of the people who were doing that.
Just put it on record, but not reflected. I will submit.
Yes, please.
I know the wisdom of the good gentleman, Mr. Chairman. So I submit. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any objection?
Comment, Mr. Chair, comment.
Yes, let's make it quick because I understand there's still another public hearing at 1 o'clock. Make it short, Member Olaso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for acknowledging. Pertaining to the burning of illegal drugs at Permex, I highly salute Permex for allowing it to do that in their factory. But my point of view, Mr. Chair, maybe next time, instead of doing that in the factory, kay makita na factory, maybe we can dispose that into the sea. Kasi, Mr. Chair, in the factory, baka later on, channel pa tendency, asali siya na umu, sabi to, channel tamin mga bibentes de Ayala, tali siya na Ayala, ayang kanya tamin na droga, di ba? Kasi volume to take mali di ba? So, then yung, hopefully, next time, pwede kita kunin sa ban dispose na si, because we are allowed to dispose if ever we're cruising 40 nautical miles from nearest land. So, pwede kita ban dispose kunin sa kitan dissolve lang man siya, kasi chemicals man so, it will dissolve in the sea. Kaya din may tapili kita, if ever next time, nasi kita kunin sa ban dispose, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other comment? Objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. May I request the members, except for if there are any other urgent, yes, Member Alvar, the others, if we can, just have it included in the agenda for next week, because I think there is a scheduled public hearing at 1 o'clock. Kasi okay lang, after kun Mike, all the others.
After kumigo.
Huh? Urgent?
Okay na. So I will just make it fast. So please.
May just make it quick.
Okay. A resolution requesting Samselco to fix and put orderliness to their unsightly tangled cables and wires, especially in our downtown area. Whereas this has been requested and reiterated by this representation and other councilors since 2010 onwards, and yet up to this time, there seemed to have been no serious effort by Samselco in addressing this matter. So I'd like to move accordingly, Your Honor.
I think we should not only focus on Samselco because there are other cable, no? Akil mga kable nila lang Samselco, chene de Atro Telecoms, cable operators.
Yes.
Para hunto-hunto sila regla.
We include them, Your Honor. Okay?
Mr. Chair.
Jointly and severally seconded. Next.
Mr. Chair, very quick lang din yung Mr. Chair, importante te.
Next na lang.
Hello?
Yeah, next
Yeah. Okay.
Kasi uno lang, Mr. Chair, uno lang.
Sino pa yung resolution?
Sige, Member Olaso.
Sino pa yung resolution?
Kasi BP may ka ba? Proceed, Member Lago. Proceed, Member Lago.
A resolution requesting the city government, if possible, to disinfect, sanitize all public jeepneys upon arrival after disembarking passengers at their designated terminal downtown. Whereas Zamboanga City's COVID-19 situation continues to aggravate even further in the modified general community quarantine period. Whereas disinfecting of all public jeepneys regularly may greatly help in our city's effort in putting an end to COVID-19 in our city. I move accordingly, Your Honor.
Member Lago, I think that is the responsibility given by the LTFRB to the operators.
The reason, the logic behind this, Your Honor, is that not all owners are very responsible. Sabi to, tali lang el daton jeepney, naigani sila ko sa taas, igual lang siyempre el plastic tausa. So to be sure, since the government is very serious, why not assign our people to spray, to disinfect all those jeepneys, Your Honor?
Okay, any objection? The chair hears none. The same is hereby approved. Member Alabar.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very important, Mr. Chair. I would like to sponsor I would like to sponsor a resolution requesting the Department of Public Works and Highways Regional Office 9 to immediately repair the portion of the National Highway at Barangay Limpapa, which was extensively damaged caused by the heavy rain and flooding in the area last October 18, 2020. That the aforementioned portion of the highway is vital in transporting essential goods from Zamboanga del Norte to Zamboanga City, and to also install warning signs to caution the drivers of the dangers ahead. Subject to legislative styling, I move accordingly.
Second and co-sponsor, Mr. Chair.
Jointly and severally seconded.
The purpose of the resolution, Mr. Chair, is that the quick response funds of the DPWH Regional Office 9 has been depleted already, Mr. Chair.
Amen.
So, nisitakat sila el resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Other
much.
matters, Mr. Chair?
Member Pareha.
Yes, thank you. A resolution requesting Police Major General Angelito A. Casimiro for logistical support and assistance for the local city police force. Whereas this August body passed a resolution last October 6, 2020 requesting the city mayor to create the second mobile force company to augment the existing Zamboanga City Mobile Force Company. Whereas given the history of and the present intelligence reports of the security threats in the city, there is a need for the local police force to focus monitoring and suppressions towards proactive policing of the coastal barangays and the island barangays of Zamboanga City. Whereas the existing resources and infrastructure on the ground for the transportation and logistical needs of the local police is insufficient to enable the efficient monitoring and operations within its area of responsibility of approximately 202 kilometers of coastal area. Now therefore, on motion of Member Josephine Pareha, let it be resolved as it hereby resolved to request Police Major General Angelito A. Casimiro, Director for Logistics of the Philippine National Police, for any assistance which his office may provide for logistical support with emphasis on transportation for the second mobile force, Zamboanga City Mobile Force Company. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Jointly and severally seconded.
Thank you.
Section.
Member Valesco.
Wala. So, Mr. Chair.
Wait, one at a time. Member Alabar first.
Thank you very much.
Member Valesco.
Yes,
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Member Alabar, okay, very short.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we could copy furnish to the 1st District Congressman Joe for available funds kasi yakabagatel funds del DPWH Region 9.
Caldenante resolution.
Caldenante.
Secretary, please take note.
Si copy furnish ka na District
Both congressman na lang, both. Member Valesco, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chair, rundown niya lang yung Mr. Chair. Whereas in spite of the increasing cases of COVID-19 in Zamboanga City, our frontliners, both in the barangays and in the local government, has been relentless in responding to the call of duty. In spite of the dangers and threats of the virus, these frontliners have been persistent in helping government carry out the safety public protocols to community, this without hesitation of possible contagion that they may acquire while in the conduct of implementing and propagating government's policy against COVID-19. Mr. Chair, now therefore I request that the local government of Zamboanga to give free 1 box of vitamin C and 1 box of face mask per month to the government frontliners like the personnel from the City Health Office, CSWD, GSO, and OCNR, such as the street sweepers, the garbage collectors, the drivers, the maintenance crew, and all government personnel, including the JOs and casuals. In the same manner, I would like also to propose that a box of vitamin C and box of face mask for the tanots, the barangay health workers, the birds, and the barangay to receive from the LGU when the 2021 budget will become operationalized up until a safe and proven COVID-19 vaccines shall have been made available or have been administered. I move for the approval of this resolution so that during the budget deliberations for the 2021 annual budget, necessary adjustments by the department or office concerned can already be appropriately adopted, and that I respectfully enjoin the honorable members of this august body. Let us be one in helping our frontliners, and let us be one in making sure that the fight against this pandemic is a priority and utmost concern. I also wish to request our City Secretary, Attorney Kenneth Beldua, to consider this resolution with exigency as well as with urgency, so that the Executive Department will be duly noted in spite of a short time frame, and that Her Honor the Mayor, Maria Isabel Climaco Salazar, can take indispensable steps and measures to consider appropriate action on this very request, and also for information and appropriate action of the departments mentioned herewith. I move accordingly, Mr. Chair.
Second and co-sponsor.
Jointly and
Co-sponsor.
severally seconded.
Whereas the issue on the regional transfer may be final and is expected to be in full implementation within the next 2 years, whereas the regional transfer, though a decision deemed as an executive prerogative of the Office of the President, we are aware of the importance of establishing growth areas in the region and in the peninsula. The regional transfer has brought anxiety among the Zamboanga City residents of possible displacement and economic woes by the office, by the employees and their families. Mr. Chair, we know that it is highly impossible for city officials of Zamboanga City to make a representation in Malacanang. We, however, respectfully request, if and when the President would visit Zamboanga City or would make a stopover in Zamboanga City, that he may consider granting an audience with the city officials in order to discuss the situation of the regional transfer. Now, therefore, with all respect and honor attributed to our beloved President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, to consider granting an audience with the city officials of the local government, even to a limited number of officials like the mayor, the vice mayor, and the members of the city council for a dialogue. That if and when our beloved President will visit Zamboanga City or will make a stopover in Zamboanga City, it is a presidential prerogative, and we understand, but I would like to pass this resolution with respect and hopes extended by the people of Zamboanga City. Resolution addressed to His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, copy furnished to the Executive Secretary, the PMS or the Presidential Management Staff, and the PCOO. I move accordingly.
Jointly and severally seconded.
Mr. Chair, another one. Whereas this is on the lighter side, Mr. Chair, but this has something to do with our heritage. Whereas Alabar Restaurant has started in 1978, is part and parcel of Zamboanga City's best-known mainstay in gastronomic cornerstone in this part of the country. Whereas Alabar Restaurant is widely known for showcasing the Zamboangueños' timeless and unique cuisine with distinctive menu, offering the best Zamboanga special culinary food and blended flavors, whether it's seafood, vegetables, and meat, and native delicacies, and all has been meticulously prepared for the ever-waiting average and loyal patrons. Now, therefore, considering the great contributions of the Alabar family in food industry, in local heritage promotion, and even walks among the pioneering icons in entrepreneurship, we commend the Alabar family, particularly Norjun Alabar, for defining what quality is and for his steadfast contributions to the city's distinctiveness, as we are proud for such homegrown vision whose products and services now being shared before the country and the world. We commend Norjun Alabar, and that this request he and his wife to receive such recognition during the fitting occasion of the Dia de Zamboanga 2021, or on a date which the local government will see fitting to confer such recognition. I so move.
Jointly and severally seconded.
Last, Mr. Chair, I wish to pass a resolution earnestly requesting the National Telecommunication Commission's other concerned departments to establish cell sites in this particular and highly strategic entry and exit point at the west coast at Limpapa. May signal na Limpapa, Mr. Chair, in terms of emergency, in times of security or whatever coordination that the government will have, may sila communication na Limpapa. And of course, we are asking the telcos and all the agencies concerned to consider putting a cell site within the end of the year, because we cannot take chance nor take for granted the security of our beloved Zamboanga City. I move accordingly.
Comment, Member Bayona.
With respect to that resolution, Mr. Chairman, as a practicing lawyer, there are already some families from Limpapa who are already on the verge of executing the necessary contract for the construction of cell sites in Limpapa, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I have already 3 families whose property is to be leased out already for the construction of cell sites in Limpapa.
Thank you. Jointly and severally seconded. Next, Member Olaso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My resolution, my first resolution, a resolution earnestly requesting the city budget officer to the city mayor to allocate funds for mass media broadcasting, TV network, and radio station of disaster, flooding, pandemic, etc. Mr. Chair, we have difficulty in advertising or letting know the people pertaining to the present situation about pandemic right now. Sinamla kita ko sa face mask, face shield, tormento kayo, may kanaton kitambog ka, so ay pasa resolution para na mga barangays. At apidi ka dyan kuneste, nalo ka pondo la gobyerno para dadato na gobyerno lokal, para po ng mga medias, dali kita kanila, talama kita, pwede sila man announce. I mean, Mr. Chair, I move accordingly.
Second.
Seconding. Members Nuño, Dalipe, De La Cruz, VP Alago, Hanapi, Pio. Any comment, objection? Or being none, the same is hereby approved.
My second resolution, a resolution earnestly requesting the city budget officer and the city engineer to the city mayor to allocate funds and study the possibility of building a catch trap basin in rivers and creeks for garbages in all rivers in Zamboanga City, Mr. Chair. I hope that this could be included in our AIP. I move accordingly.
There is a motion, seconded by Members Nuño, Dalipe, De La Cruz, VP Alago. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved.
My third resolution, Mr. Chair, a resolution earnestly requesting the city administrator office and the TAB through the city mayor to allow husband and wife to ride in a tricycle together, since we already allowed Piaggio to do the same thing in Zamboanga City. Tapidi kita aradali tambien ko nil daton mga tricycle el maridable munta tapos yaman kita munta unto na motor, so pwede tamen el maridable na tricycle. With this, Mr. Chair, I move accordingly.
Seconding, Members Nuño, De La Cruz, Vincent Polilago, Hanapi, Alavar, Piop. Comment, objection, there being none, the same is hereby approved. Member Olaso, can we request for the other items to be included in the agenda for next week?
No problem, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There being no other, where's Member Villaflores? He is not here. Anyway, there being no other matters on my table, the session is hereby adjourned.